I will call this meeting to order, and we will begin with a moment for prayer or reflection. Thank you.
First up, we have adoption of the agenda. I do have one item to add, which will be the appointment of an interim and an acting city manager. I believe Mayor Clark will speak to this.
Councillor Hyder.
Councillor Hyder, thank you. So that will be item 13.1.
Are there any additions? Seeing none, the agenda is adopted as amended.
Next, we have adoption of the minutes from our last meeting on February 22nd, 2022.
Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, the minutes are adopted.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. Moving on now to presentations. We have 3 tonight. Our first one is item 8.1. We have a presentation on visual art, a generational approach, from Xanthi Spister, who's our curator of galleries and collections, Sierra Zukowski, who is the Trex assistant, and then finally we have a presentation from Jim Marshall, who is a well-known local artist who will be presenting City Council with a gift of original art.
Welcome. Hi.
Hello.
You have the floor.
Just going to make sure here. Test, test. How's that sound? Good. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm so pleased to be here. It's really lovely to see you all in person. Tonight, I'm joined by one of the first folks I met when I moved to Medicine Hat 11 years ago, renowned artist, Jim Marshall, as well as my multi-talented community development colleague, Sierra Zukowski. Our presentation will begin with me speaking about visual arts in regards to where we've been, where we are, and where we are headed. Then Sierra will speak to current and future visual art engagement from a Generation Zers perspective. And we will conclude with Jim Marshall presenting a very special gift to the city. So I'd like to begin by inviting you all to close your eyes. And when I say the words visual art, what is the first image that comes to mind? Maybe it's a little watercolor painting that hangs in your kitchen. Maybe it's a bunch of lines and circles your 2-year-old niece or nephew drew. Imagine what our lives would be like without these forms of visual expression. No photographs, no drawings, no paintings, nothing. Visual art records our lived experiences. It can express the depths of someone's soul, layered emotions, thoughts, memories, our present and our future. I've been grateful to have spent the last 20 years immersed in a world of visual art. It has taken me many places and is what brought me to Medicine Hat. Tonight, as the Esplanade's curator of galleries and collections, I will visually articulate the breadth of what community development has accomplished, current programming innovations, and future endeavors. Over the last 17 years, the Esplanade has mounted over 100 contemporary art exhibitions featuring local, regional, national, international artists with a diversity of gender, culture, age, identity, themes, and concepts. For example, in the last 2 years, our team has mounted a diverse program of exhibitions, such as Landed, a group exhibition that explores issues of diaspora, immigration, and migration, an installation by Blackfoot artist Faye Heavyshield, who created works in response to her interaction and time spent with our Burke collection of Indigenous artifacts. We've also focused on building and nurturing relationships with local artists and have featured large group exhibitions, such as Made in Isolation and the Hat Art Club's 75th anniversary retrospective. These projects specifically and purposefully highlight our local visual artists. The Hat Art Club's 75-year retrospective provides a visual narrative of our community since 1946. The artists featured in this exhibition are the foundation of our visual arts community, and their tenacity, commitment, love of art was integral to the development of where we are today. So where are we then? In relation to contemporary curatorial approaches, we continue to showcase and honor traditional mediums such as painting, drawing, photography, but expand upon that with digital, immersive, multifaceted exhibitions such as Harmonia and Cultivated. Here's a snippet of the video component in Harmonia by UK Calgary-based artist Yvonne Mullock. Cultivated features artists and designers from across Canada who got their start as students at the Art and Design program at Medicine Hat College. Working in various mediums and approaches from large-scale painting to augmented reality, the works in this expansive 3,000 square foot exhibit express diversity of contemporary knowledge and abilities. And here is an example of augmented reality that is featured in the exhibition. In addition to these contemporary art approaches, we have created hands-on, interactive, immersive experience for our visitors. We utilize 3D software to document all of our exhibitions for those who are not able to attend in person. We have created hands-on interactive space for the young and young at heart, where visitors can visually express themselves through spontaneous use opportunities. So where are we headed? Going forward, we will continue to relationship build and connect with our community through various visual art endeavors, but we will also expand beyond the walls of the gallery with projects such as The Deep Dark. The Deep Dark uses a domestic doorway as an entry point, inviting the viewer to move through ghostly architecture. As you pass through each frame, you are blinded by the intense white light that overexposes your eyes. The darkness beyond the frame is magnified to blackness, much darker than it was before. And as your eyes adjust to the dark, the next illuminated doorframe becomes visible in the distance, beckoning you onward. From an outward perspective, as viewers step through the gates, they disappear completely. And in 2023, we will mount The Infinite Cave, a multimedia art project that uses 200 video screens to display an endless torrent of mesmerizing social media content. It is an adventure into online sharing culture that examines how social media challenges our understanding of truth, reality, and the essence of experience. And here to tell you more about where we are headed, it is my pleasure to introduce my colleague, Sierra Zukowski, a recent graduate of Medicine Hat College of Art and Design program, who is currently the TREX program assistant and the curator of the Tumbleweed project space. Sierra?
Thank you, Zappy. We good? Can you hear?
Yep.
Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here to speak about the up-and-coming generation of visual artists in Medicine Hat and what the city is doing to nurture this group. I bring the perspective of an active participant in this community as a young designer, gallery and event goer, and a member of the experiences and events team within community development. I work at TrekSpace, the home base of the AFA Traveling Exhibition Program, which community development has organized for the last 30 years. This visual arts program ensures that Albertans have access to professionally curated, contemporary art exhibitions in hundreds of communities across Alberta. TrekSpace enhances this mandate as a free, public gallery in the heart of downtown Medicine Hat. TrekSpace provides multiple opportunities for creatives, including students and emerging artists. For example, in 2021, we partnered with the Medicine Hat College Art and Design program to exhibit 2 graduating class shows at TrekSpace, Hindsight 2020 and Freeform. These shows contained a wide variety of creative work, such as painting, drawing, sculpture, video, and augmented reality. The traveling exhibition, Strange and Known Places, offered a professional exhibition experience to 10 local artists, with the majority being young or emerging artists. This was also a mentorship opportunity for Kira Vlietstra, a graduate of the Art and Design program, who co-curated the exhibition with Genevieve Farrell, Trek's program manager and curator. Tumbleweed Project Space launched in the spring of 2021 as a non-traditional outdoor gallery that specifically exhibits projects by artists and community groups in Medicine Hat. One exhibiting group was the Medicine Hat Skateboard Association. Now I know what you're thinking, skateboarders exhibiting art at the Esplanade? But that's the beauty of this space. It provides a chance to connect with groups not typically associated with traditional visual arts. The Skateboard Association's exhibition, Creatures of the Street, included custom skateboard deck art, a video compilation, a collage of newspaper articles highlighting the group's community service, and more. Looking to the future, I foresee a new generation of artists and contributors who will build on the foundation that has been laid before them. These individuals will expand and diversify through the exploration of new technology, by bringing art to places people might not expect it, and by broadening the scope of what we consider visual art, creating a larger and more diverse community. Community development will foster this evolution through relationship building, unique opportunities, and mentorship, so that young creatives feel compelled to stay in Medicine Hat and use their talents to contribute to the vibrancy of the city, ultimately making it a better place for everyone to live and enjoy. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Sierra. I now would like to invite Jim Marshall to come up, as well as Mayor Clark. He would like to present a gift to the city. I will preface this by just giving a quick introduction to Jim Marshall for those of you who possibly don't know him or have never met him before, which seems impossible. Jim has been a community member his entire life, which is almost 83 years now. He is one of the most prolific artists I have ever met in my life, and just a kind human being with just a wonderful soul who has contributed immensely to our cultural fabric here in Medicine Hat. And it is my honor to be presenting with him tonight and to ask him to come up and join me and to showcase this beautiful work of art.
Wow.
Wow. Okay, that'll be awesome. Should he stand by the mirror or is it? Actually, I think he should be on this side. I think that's more appropriate. Yeah, you go on this side there, since it's your piece. Otherwise, it might look like my piece. That's good. Yeah, we can.
Yeah, sure. Better you than me.
Hopefully I recall. I would like to give my genuine thanks to Mr. Marshall for all of his contributions to our city and to the art community in Medicine Hat, helping it to grow and flourish over the years and add to its vibrancy and its profile throughout Canada and the world. And I want to give you an opportunity to say anything you, well, a few words if you like.
Well, when I come into this beautiful city hall, I'm immediately flashed back to 1983, our centennial year, even further back to 81, when the plans were just being drawn for this beautiful building, and the property was being cleared of the old theater, the Medicine Hat News Building, and Gas City Planing Mill. By December 83, we were well on the way with this building, and in fact, it was pretty much done. And they had a celebration between the two city halls to celebrate centennial year. And I think we got a terrific building. There's no doubt about that. In 1984, I completed a mural that was installed in City Hall, thanks to the Salmus Rotary Club that sponsored it. Had to say that. And I'm really pleased, actually, to turn this drawing over to the City Hall. I think it really belongs here. So, best wishes to you all.
Wowie, thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments that anyone would like to add to the presentation? Councillor Knodel?
Thank you, Mayor Clerk. Through the chair, this presentation feels like home to me. The first reason why is in grade 4, I attended a field trip to James Marshall's residence where we got to see his kiln and all the things. And then my mom married his son and he became my step-grandpa. So he's somebody that I care deeply about and am grateful to be connected to and to learn about him over the years and about the work that he does and the passion that he has for Medicine Hat and the time that goes into especially his murals and the work that's done in it's truly amazing. On the other part of this, the other reason why this feels like home is I, at one point, was Xanthi's co-worker at the Esplanade as an art assistant and got to know Xanthi well and got to know the art community at the Esplanade well. And when I say it feels like home, I truly mean it. This is a community and a part of my life that I never imagined to be so important. And to have you here and sharing these pieces is brilliant. Sierra, last week, we communicated she was the facilitator of an art exhibition outside of my classroom. So that's 3. And then 4 is my partner, his younger sister. Her art is in the exhibition that was shared on the screen. So there's, this is home. This is my home. And to have, as the world has changed over time, the creative elements of life, to me, and I'm sure to many others, recreation, there's many here that value recreation, are just, it's important. It's what makes our heart beat. So I'm grateful to be here and am a huge supporter, as you know, I'm assuming. But we're lucky to have the work that all 3 of you and any other people that care about art in the community are doing, and I'm glad that you're here. So thank you. Thank you, Xanthi. Thank you, Sierra. And thank you, Papa.
Councillor Dumanowski?
Well, Your Worship, to the presenters tonight, thank you very much for coming today. One of the things that I think most people recognize is that we do have a very diverse population in our community, and that goes without saying. Every community does. The visual arts and its place in a community is presented beautifully at our wonderful Esplanade and elsewhere. I will say that it's wonderful to see someone like Sierra, who's young, who has come from here, gone on to pursue the visual arts, and then now bringing her craft and her talent back to the community. Mr. Marshall, I've known Mr. Marshall, Jim Marshall, for many years, not as well as I would like, but I've known of him, and you're right, there's hardly anyone who wouldn't know who he is. I'm going to correct you, though, Xanthi, you said his works are in Medicine Hat, but they're all over the world, quite frankly.
True. Yep.
And so those of you that are in the gallery, and at some point you will have to leave. When you do, not that I want you here, but when you do, take a look to the right, and that's going to be the mural that Mr. Marshall was referring to that's been here for almost 40 years, so pretty incredible. They're all over the community, they're all over the world, and your talent is incredible, not just in brick mural, but in the pencil, I don't know the names of all the arts, but pen and ink and watercolor, it's just incredible. I just want to take the moment to thank you for this. It's neat to see how Medicine Hat and I'm going to say this beautifully orchestrated small arts town can do so much and be so vibrant. When you talked about some of the augmented reality and immersive experiences, those are terminologies or experiences you would think that are only going to be available in the bigger centers, but they're available here and they're for the whole world to see, including the people in our backyard. So I guess what's next? What are the limits, if there are limits? I kind of a generic question, but are there any limits for what we can do and what we can present to this community and to the arts and culture world.
I guess if I'm answering that as the curator of exhibitions and collections, I approach my position with hope in that it's limitless. But I think that's the lovely thing about visual arts and creativity is that of course, there's expenses and artists should be compensated appropriately based on the national fee schedule, which is CARFAC. That's the acronym. But beyond that, every day I get to work with such interesting individuals that are just solely dedicated to expressing themselves, and their ideas are limitless. And so I just need to research and research and research and engage with those folks and do what I do best to bring them here and provide that for our community.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Sharps?
So, thank you. I have to say, I wanted to thank you for reminding me what we had, but reality is I am the most uncreative human being that's ever been in Medicine Hat. So I am right beside your building, and I know none of this. So what I want to say is thank you for taking the time to educate people like me that don't get out of their offices or City Hall and just go to work and go home, because I forget that we have all these things in Medicine Hat. So to add to that, where's the Deep Dark?
The intent of the Deep Dark is that we'll work with the Parks Department to determine an appropriate location on city property. When I was initially interacting with the artists, they're a duo team out of Calgary called Incandescent Cloud, I envisioned it possibly being in a place like Police Point Park, but really that will be determined by a number of individuals within the departments, and then it. We hope to have it here by fall 2022 this year. It's best to exhibit that piece in the fall or winter because, of course, it utilizes darkness, and so ideally, November through February 2022, 2023. Yeah, and it's about 60 door frames that. Nice. Yeah, so it's quite an extensive piece that people will physically engage with. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate it, and I was, there a couple of weeks ago, and I'm like, how do I not know this? And I don't. So when you do things like that, please know that you not just remind people, but you also educate people.
Well, that's great. Yeah, that's great to hear.
Councillor Robbins?
Thank you, Mayor Clark. I just wanted to thank Mr. Marshall as well. My favorite art medium to see, not do, because I don't have the skill set for that, is watercolor. And that view of City Hall is one of my favorite views of any part of Medicine Hat. So I was really grateful to see two of my favorite things mixed together in such a wonderful piece. So thank you so much for doing it and contributing it for the city to enjoy. I also wanted to say thank you because I think I like to travel with my children, and I'm always looking for places to take them where they can see and experience art. And I just want to encourage parents like me in Medicine Hat to remember to go to the Esplanade and to the Trex space and to let their children play and experience and look at art and talk about it, because I think that we don't spend enough time doing that. I think the times I've been to the Esplanade is because there's a school art show and some kid I know has school art, and so I'm gonna go check it out. But I have to remember that there's many more opportunities for them to just see, experience, think, and then those discussions that come out of looking at art are always so magical. So I thank you for the reminder. I did say trying to get my children new experiences. As I sit at this horseshoe, we've taken the bus. That was super fun. So I'll make sure that we go to the Esplanade and make that part of our regular routine when you have a new exhibition, to bring them in to really enjoy it.
Well,
so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. And just to that, because being a mother as well, so often what's wonderful about our programming here is that it's constantly in flux. So every 3 months, you can plan to come to the Esplanade, and there'll be something new there for your family to engage in. As you know, whereas when you go traveling to bigger cities, those exhibitions are up for an extremely long time. You could go to Calgary, and and then a year later, the same exhibit be up potentially, or at least 6 months. So we are thoughtful about that in regards to really programming for our community engagement. And I think it's a lovely Saturday afternoon opportunity to go to the Esplanade, go to the public library, go for ice cream, and potentially to the park. And we have it all right here in our city. There's no need to go anywhere else. Yeah.
Councillor McGrogan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple comments. First, thank you so much for this presentation and just bringing to mind what we have right in front of us. I just want to especially thank Mr. Marshall. I've known him for many years, both through his artistry and personally as a human being. And I've said in a coffee shop many times, I said, we don't know greatness sometimes until it's not with us. So we're so fortunate to have Mr. Marshall with us. And I didn't want those words to go unsaid. Sometimes we leave something, we go, I wish I would have complimented somebody. And I hope we all grasp what a great human being we have in our midst. Thank you.
Yes, thank you again. Do you want to comment?
I should just speak, I will, in that through being in this position and the recent exhibitions that were focused on our local community, and the engagement I've had with our artists here over the last 11 years, we have a phenomenal community of artists who have been here for, their entire lives, as well as places like, say, for instance, Medelta, that are bringing in artists. That's the reason I settled in Medicine Hat. And it's with those types of cultural institutions and opportunities that you're bringing these really unique individuals to this city. And I wish I could have named them all this evening. There wasn't time, but it's been a pleasure to interact with them all. And it's amazing how much talent we do have here. Yeah. So kudos to all of them out there if they're watching. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank both of you. And Mr. Marshall, thank you for the amazing artwork. We'll be fighting over where it goes. So with that, seeing no further questions, can I get a motion to receive?
Your worship, I'll move reception. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, we'll vote. It's unanimous. Thank you again.
Moving on now to our next presentation, item 8.2 is bylaw 4692, which is the Northwest Industrial Area Structure Plan. We have Robert Sissons, who will be presenting as Manager of Planning and Development Services.
Welcome, Manager Sissons. Hello. You have the floor.
So good evening. I'll just, obviously I've been introduced myself already, but I'm Robert Sissons. I'm the Manager of Planning with Planning and Development Services. And I'll be presenting first on behalf of City Administration as the regulating authority. So as the regulating authority, we review all planning applications, and in this particular case, provide a recommendation to Council through the Municipal Planning Commission. So after my portion of the presentation, the developer is going to present, and in this case, the developer is Invest Medicine Hat, and their consultant, Stantec, will be presenting on their behalf. So first, I thought I would just start with providing an overview of area structure plans. So they are statutory plans under the Municipal Government Act with the main purpose of providing a framework for subsequent subdivision and development. There is a defined process for preparing them, and they must contain certain elements such as sequence of development, land use, etc. Council may also include other elements at their discretion. An ASP is similar in nature to an area redevelopment plan that we talked about in previous council meetings. And the main difference is that the ASP is for undeveloped or greenfield areas of the city, whereas an ARP is for developed areas. And as part of the plan preparation, we require several background studies that address various aspects such as environment, transportation, and traffic, servicing, and so on. Public and stakeholder engagement is also an important component, and additionally, as this is a statutory plan that is approved by bylaw, a public hearing is part of the process where people or groups that may be affected can present directly to council. So it is important to note that good plans come together from multiple sources of input, so such as legislative requirements, city operational requirements, background research, public input, council goals, and financial feasibilities, to name a few of them. So an analogy I would use would be if you're baking a cake and you have all the right ingredients, you need to have all the right ingredients, or at the end the result doesn't turn out very well. So that requires us as administration to consider all aspects of the application in our review and not just an individual component. Area structure plans are bylaws, and as such they are approved by City Council. So a municipal development plan provides guidance on land use at a high level, whereas ASPs are intermediate stage of planning. So this is that next tier that refines and prescribes land use for a defined area. ASPs allow us to optimally plan our infrastructure for the long-term benefit of the city. Without this, the city risks having a patchwork of infrastructure that is both expensive and becomes challenging to operate. ASPs signal to a prospective business that A, council has made clear as to their development intentions for an area, and B, some of the regulatory steps have been completed. And this helps to de-risk prospective projects. It's important to note that without an area structure plan, the various studies a business would have to complete would still be required, adding significant time and expenses to any approvals as they would be completing them individually. And finally, ASPs provide a clear direction of what type of future development will occur in an area. So whether this is whether this is for existing homeowners or businesses, or a new business looking to locate in Medicine Hat. So for example, an industry that requires specific setbacks from sensitive land uses. So as part of the council strategic plan, of the key results was the development of the Northwest Industrial Area. So this is confirmed within the municipal development plan with the North Employment Sector identified for future industrial development, and policy priority number 2 of the strong economy strategic goal indicating specific actions and rationale for further development of this area. So from a practical perspective, the city is running relatively low on available industrial land, and specifically for larger scale heavy developments. Box Springs has transitioned to a more commercial and light industry focused area. Briar Park and the Southwest Industrial Area are basically fully built out. And future areas like Briar Run haven't built yet and are generally more geared towards the lighter industrial side of things. So why is the Northwest a suitable location? It has key location advantages that are not easily replicated elsewhere. The large unfragmented parcels can accommodate businesses that need large blocks of land. It is far enough away from sensitive land uses, but not too far away that it is inaccessible for a workforce. It has adjacent servicing connections. The nearby CP mainline and the Trans-Canada Highway are top-tier transportation corridors. And finally, there is electric capacity with our new generation station very close by, and access to high-pressure natural gas. So there isn't anywhere else basically in our region that has this particular mix, and even across the prairies, this is not very common. So the Box Springs Business Park ASP was originally approved in 2006, and the initial land use focus for that area was a split between highway commercial and light industrial south of Broadway and heavy industrial north of Broadway. The plan was amended in 2013 and introduced more of a focus on commercial lands and other uses such as Co-op Place. The Box Springs ASP included the 2 southern quarter sections plus the eastern central quarter section, or about half of the plan area of the Northwest Industrial ASP. The 2020 MDP outlined the area to the north of Broadway as industrial focused, and this is consistent with previous municipal development plans. However, the 2020 MDP provided some additional details such as potential locations for light to medium industrial uses and heavy industrial uses. So should council adopt the Northwest Industrial ASP, administration would review the Box Springs ASP for possible amendments to ensure consistency and to adjust the boundaries. So just some quick highlights from the plan include almost 1,000 acres of land within the plan area, with 720 acres of saleable industrial land. There's going to be at least 460 acres dedicated specifically for heavy industrial development. This will create an estimated 1,900 direct employment positions with numerous construction and related service jobs as well. Some new key transportation connections for the area have been identified, and the planning process also contained extensive public engagement. So key component number 1 is that the ASP sets aside land for heavy industrial development. As mentioned, this isn't available elsewhere within our region and will hopefully attract some major industrial complexes that need large blocks of land. Should the heavy industrial land see early success, the flex industrial area is able to accommodate heavy industrial as well. So an important consideration of developing an industrial park is to limit the risk created by sensitive land uses. So the MDP specifically identifies that the north employment sector should be for commercial and industrial uses only, so no residential allowed. The nearest distance to residential from the edge of the proposed heavy industrial area is approximately 1.6 kilometers, and that's the future development area within Red Cliff, on the east side of Red Cliff. So the reason why there is land use separation is to reduce the risk of industrial activities impacting our residential neighborhoods primarily, whether that is nuisances such as odors, noise, dust, etc., or its health and safety such as explosions or gas releases. So it also works in the reverse, as it doesn't allow encroachments of residential or other sensitive land uses to put an industrial development out of conformance. So this is one of the key reasons why heavy industrial can't just go in other locations within the city. So this ASP allows this portion of the plan area to have a more responsive approach to the market conditions by allowing either light industrial, heavy industrial, or a mix of both. So we do have options in place to look at the interface of these land uses in more detail at the outline plan stage. And we can implement conditions on individual development permits as required. A major attraction for new industry is key transportation links. So the ASP identifies some options for future rail spur lines, and these are going to be explored in further detail as part of the outline plan stage. There is also some additional enhancements to the road network planned for the area. So as part of the outcome from the public engagement, the proponent amended the draft plan to include a policy review overlay, or PRO. Essentially what the goal of this section is to provide some parameters around delaying applications for this area until a substantial portion of the plan area is built out. So the PRO only applies specifically to the area structure plan, and it does not bind or change the process of how lease negotiations are conducted. It also has no impact on other regulatory requirements or approvals. So next steps, should City Council adopt the ASP, there are additional steps that are required as part of the land development process, so including the preparation of an outline plan, land use redistricting, or more commonly known as rezoning, the subdivision of land, potentially, depending on the size of the parcel, and applications for development permits and various other safety code permits. So city administration recommendation through the Municipal Planning Commission was that City Council approve bylaw 4692, the Northwest Industrial Area Structure Plan. And as part of that, there was also 2 additional reports for information attached as part of this item. So that concludes staff's presentation. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Stantec, who is the consultant on behalf of Invest Medicine Hat.
We're gonna deal with this presentation first. We're gonna, are there any clarifying questions or comments? Councillor Hirsch?
Thanks, Your Worship. Thanks for the presentation. I appreciate it. And you actually answered my question at the start when it talked about, when you mentioned about other areas, and you indicated that there isn't that many out there that could have the same amenities and offerings that this area does have. I don't know if you had a chance to look behind you, but there's some people that have some, maybe some comments to this item. But I guess I'm just wondering, can you reiterate when any of the user groups, because I don't know if everyone is aware of the different levels from which any concerned parties can have some say in regards to development. So we're at the ASP stage right now, area structure plan, kind of a rough guideline of what we're going to maybe propose to do. From that stage, and you kind of reiterate, you list it in your presentation that it goes through phases, right down to the development permit stage. So can you maybe just walk us through what that looks like and when appropriate times that the public can have some say in any development in the area?
So through the chair, yeah, so we're basically at that, like I mentioned, the intermediary planning stage. And even within the ASP portion of the land development process, because of that PRO, if it's adopted as the plan is drafted, prior to any change happening within that area, this item would have to come back to council. And that's part of what the PRO outlines, is that it there's a process in place for further consultation when that time arises. And even, so the next step you would have in the process is the preparation of an outline plan, which is kind of a much more detailed plan of the area. So it would highlight things like where the roads are laid out, kind of the blocks of land for development. So there is a public component to that as well. And then you go on to subdivision and development permit stage. And depending on whether you're an affected party, then you have an opportunity to provide input there as well.
So supplementary, Your Worship. In the readings and the information that was provided and the feedback from some of the user groups, one of the questions became, can we change some of the subject land to direct control, which means effectively any decision made in that subject land has to be decided by City Council versus municipal planning or et cetera. With the layering in on the PRO, was it your opinion that that is actually better insurance, if you will, in regards to having this being brought forward to the council, or is having direct control really have any value whatsoever at this point in time?
Through the chair, so the PRO does provide that check-in point with council. So what you're referring to, what the land use district is within the land use bylaw. So one of the aspects, if those lands were to go to direct control, that does bring up different requirements when you are applying for a permit, for example. So if any of the club lands decided to change any of their developments, they would be required to have that approval go directly to council. There's also other considerations that, for example, with direct control, there's no right to an appeal. So so typically the process would be that an applicant would apply to staff or to administration, and we would make a decision on a development permit, for example. And then if they disagreed with that condition, or there was a neighboring landowner that disagreed with something, that they could appeal that process. With direct control, there is no appeal. Council is the ultimate deciding authority. So there are some considerations both ways.
Thank you.
Councillor Canoto?
Thank you, Mayor Clark, through the chair. I appreciate the information. Thanks for coming forward to talk to us today. And I do want to recognize everyone that's here that has an investment in the land and has I'll use my emotional words, a heart connection, a feeling connection to this property for whatever reason, whether you race motocross or are part of the Revolver Club or drive RC cars. I think that your passion and support of the space that you care about says a lot. So, I'm curious about a little bit more about that timeline piece as we head forward with the proposed area structure plan, if that is approved. Many of the spaces that are for recreation are at the back of the property. Can we expect that development would happen from the south end back, or how would that look?
So through the chair, that's one of the requirements of an area structure plan, is that it does indicate, it has to indicate a phasing of how that progression happens. With respect to how fast that would happen, I would probably defer that question to IMH. And to some extent, it's unknown, right? You know, if we know how many businesses are coming in tomorrow, then we could probably give a little bit more certainty. What we do know is the progression, and there are 4 phases within the project. So they would generally follow that phasing as it goes along.
Okay. Can I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. What would be the expense of building elsewhere, and how might building elsewhere affect the present industry in this area?
So through the chair, I think I would defer that to the developer in this case, because they would have, as a regulator, we're not concerned so much with what it costs a developer to bring land on. We're more concerned with how does that impact the long-term financial feasibility of the city. So that might be a better question posed for the consultant.
Thank you, Manager Sissons. And with that, can I get a motion to accept the presentation for, this is the item?
Thanks, Mayor Clark. Are there more slides?
Not for my portion of the presentation, for the consultant's
For-
presentation, there are more slides. Yes.
From Stantec?
Yes.
Okay.
Motion.
Move reception, Your Worship. Thank you.
Second. All right, we'll vote. Reception of the presentation is unanimous.
Thank you. Now we will move on to the presentation from Stantec. We have Nathan Arthur, who's a planner with Stantec, and Marcus Patterson, also with Stantec, and this is regarding the same bylaw 4692. Sorry, I thought we had more slides.
Welcome, Mr. Arthur and Mr. Patterson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to reintroduce myself to everybody through the chair, my name is Nathan Arthur. I'm a planner with Stantec Consulting. We are representing Invest Medicine Hat on this application as the lead consultant for the Northwest Industrial Area Structure Plan. So following administration's presentation, we just wanted to provide council with some more background and additional context regarding the ASP project, touching on background information with respect to project initiation, our approach to the lands and overall direction for the plan, project engagement and overall timelines, context and approach to our policy review overlay that's proposed within the plan, as well as high-level timing expectations with respect to the ASP. We'd then like to spend a few minutes just highlighting some of the items from the preliminary growth analysis and business case that was provided as an attachment in the agenda package on page 173, as well as an overview of suggested additional study before we move on to the next steps of planning, which is going to be presented by my colleague Marcus Patterson, also with Stantec. So recent increases in development interest for lands north of Broadway Avenue served as a key driver for this ASP. In response to market interest in these lands, Invest Medicine Hat began exploring the planning and technical requirements associated with accommodating heavy industrial opportunities in this area, with attention paid to potential connections to the actual CP rail network that was in the area. Invest Medicine Hat reviewed the existing planning for the area with respect to the current Box Springs area structure plan and its associated functional servicing report that provided the technical details for how that area was instructed to be built out. The recently adopted municipal development plan also played a consideration in what they reviewed prior to proceeding with, to council with instruction to proceed with an ASP. So Invest Medicine Hat determined that an updated for the city's vision updated vision for the city-owned lands in this area, north of Broadway Avenue, along with the revised servicing strategy, was required in order to properly accommodate the types of industry expressing interest in this area. Invest Medicine Hat received council direction to proceed with this updated plan for the 6 quarter sections before you today in 2020, and the project officially commenced with Stantec as the lead consultant in November of 2020. As noted in administration's presentation, the plan area is well situated to accommodate industrial growth in this area. The generally flat topography and compatibility with surrounding heavy industrial, its proximity to major transportation corridors such as the Trans-Canada Highway, and opportunities to connect to key infrastructure in the area, such as the city's power substation, high-pressure gas connection opportunities, and explore potential CP rail connections with the spur lines available in the area, make this a well-suited subdivision area to accommodate heavy industrial development. As for the plan's physical attributes conducive to this, the heavy forms of industrial are typically looking for those types of infrastructure connections and rail connection opportunities in order to effectively integrate the types of heavier impact operations that they look to provide, such as a CF or Methanex, who definitely rely on rail for transport of goods, and other similar types of industries such as CanCarb, who rely on quick access to the highway for efficient goods movement in that respect. Just as examples. Yeah. So a key objective of the area structure plan focused on maximizing those opportunities to incorporate heavy industrial within this area of the city, both in response to heightened interest expressed by those industries looking for opportunities in Medicine Hat, as well as just trying to capitalize on the actual assets that are available in this area. As was noted previously in administration's presentation, there is a serious shortage of opportunities for heavy industrial development within the city limits of Medicine Hat at this time. Some due to proximity to existing sensitive land uses, others because they lack necessary infrastructure to support those heavy industrial opportunities. So once the objectives for the plan were formalized throughout our project plan with Invest Medicine Hat, work kind of began on the ASP, and we looked to reach out to those impacted stakeholders within the plan area and affected by the plan potentially. So we worked closely with identified stakeholders of administration here at the city, adjacent industry and municipalities, so Red Cliff and Cypress County, in addition to CF and Methanex. Stakeholders we recognize that would be most impacted by the plan, such as any existing businesses within the plan area and the special outdoor recreation uses operating on city-owned lands in the northern section of the plan area, as well as the public. So from the onset of the project, our team was committed to providing opportunity for fulsome and meaningful engagement with stakeholders. The timeline on this slide is also reflected on page 6 of the Public Engagement and Stakeholder Summary report, which is page 190 of the agenda package. Major technical components of the plan were discussed early and often in the process with adjacent industry and CF and Methanex, where we collaborated on a positive path forward with respect to how rail would potentially integrate into the plan area, transportation opportunities and future 52nd Street connection opportunities, ways to enhance their existing operations where possible, and identify area where attention needs to be paid to mitigate any impacts to their operations going forward. We also appreciate the early and frequent engagement we had with club leaders operating in the plan area. Through the engagement program, we were able to obtain a greater understanding and appreciation for their activities and involvement in the community, particularly following the first release of the first version draft of the ASP, once the document was made to the public, available to the public in November. From our first meeting with the clubs in July, the Medicine Hat Rifle and Revolver Club provided us with feedback and considerable context related to their operation. We considered a number of their comments as part of the first draft, specifically with respect to what a potential relocation of their facility would entail from a cost perspective, as well as the regulatory approvals that would accompany such a move. Additional considerations and concerns were brought forward during our second round of engagement with the clubs in November. Following the second and third meeting with the clubs in November, our project team agreed that further engagement was still needed to ensure that we properly addressed their concerns as best we could within the context of an area structure plan, and carefully reassess how the policy direction would be shaped in the plan as it relates to those lands currently occupied by the clubs. The overall engagement timeline expanded by over a month to hold additional meetings with the clubs and continue correspondence outside those formal meetings through further email correspondence as well as one-on-one phone calls. Several adjustments in addition to the plan were undertaken as a result of the engagement program and feedback received from stakeholders. Notable changes are summarized at a high level in section 4.3 of the ASP, which is page 117 of the agenda package, and key themes and responses that are outlined in more detail on pages 8 through 13 of the engagement summary report. Some of the notable revisions to our drafts included additional context and a refined approach to bringing potential rail connectivity to the plan area, policy direction for communicating any potential impacts to intermunicipal roadways as it affects the other two adjacent municipalities. The more significant revisions undertaken to the plan involve those related to the existing special outdoor recreation uses. As highlighted in section 4.3 of the ASP and within the engagement summary report, additional context was added to the plan considerations to more appropriately reflect the current status of their operations and their contributions to the city's tourism and recreation base holistically, as well as more appropriately reflect the potential changes involved in a future relocation, which will impact them significantly in terms of timeline, financing, and potential viability of an alternative location. Some of the most notable changes to the plan involve the incorporation of the policy review overlay that's been discussed already, outlined by administration in their presentation. So as mentioned, the PRO was included as a method for both acknowledging and protecting the interests of the clubs through the ASP going forward, and provides a framework for future decision-making as development of the plan progresses over time. This overlay is intended to work in tandem with the proposed ASP phasing program, providing an additional level of control to ensure that an orderly progression of development occurs from south to north, with the final phases of ASP ASP development happening north of 52nd Street over the long term. Principles outlined in the policy review overlay have been utilized in ASPs in the past by other municipalities, and we'd be happy to share a couple of examples with council should they wish. So the context for the overlay that we're looking at in this ASP is a rather unique situation to Medicine Hat. The club leased lands owned by the city represent an important part of diversifying the city's economic base moving forward, providing future employment opportunities in an area of the city that's ideally situated to accommodate industrial development. The clubs operating on these lands are also well-established users, run by volunteers and many having been in their location for 25 plus years. This requires us to look at things through a bit of a different lens than, say, a business operating on privately owned lands, because current citywide direction calls for future heavy industrial to occur in this area. Since the City of Medicine Hat serves as the primary developer and marketer of these lands, council are the ones who need to consider how the lands best fit in to the larger context. Currently, the long-range council-approved direction for this area is heavy industrial. The clubs currently serve as valuable amenities for the city with extensive membership bases, provide several programs and recreational opportunities unique to the region, and support the city's tourism base through hosting regional events during certain times of the year. Throughout the process, we gained a better understanding and appreciation for the complexities involved in what it will take for a potential long-term relocation, and understand this is something that cannot happen overnight. Because of the long-term timeline associated with development occurring north of 52nd Street within this plan, the PRO provides short and medium-term protections and protocols that will address many of the concerns expressed by the clubs and provide a level of assurance that investments made in their facility in the short term will not immediately be undone. The PRO outlines a positive framework to ensure that discussions related to any potential relocation scenario happen in a more formalized and frequent setting, make sure that the clubs are able to participate in future discussions moving forward with the city as the landowner, so that impacts from development occurring outside their lease areas are mitigated while they remain in operation. PRO also maintains the plan's alignment with overarching long-term city direction that industrial growth aspirations are meant to occur in this area through heavy industrial. The final decision lying with council to amend the PRO allows everybody involved the opportunity to weigh future development proposals in their entirety, so that if and when they occur, this enables council to make an informed decision with all of the variables in place to determine whether heavy industrial development indeed represents the best path forward for the city at such time. So the PRO, as mentioned, is a valuable tool when considering the ASP as a long-term vision and guiding policy document that could take between 20 to 25 years to fully realize. As there are major infrastructure components required to effectively service the plan area and accommodate that future development throughout its entirety, it will take time for that infrastructure to develop and eventually reach 52nd Street. Phase 1 developments are able to begin in the short term, as existing servicing has enough capacity to bring a limited number of developments forward within the next 2 to 5 years, closer to Broadway Avenue along the south. Phase 1 developments after that initial staging of Phase 1 will require some more investment and capital infrastructure to actually service the entirety of Phase 1. So further development of the plan area beyond that phase will require additional capital investment in order to proceed over a longer period of time. And as the developer, the city controls when these decisions are made and how that happens. So I'll now introduce Marcus Patterson, who will speak to that aspect of the ASP's development and provide a high-level overview of the preliminary growth analysis and business case, which is included in the agenda package before you.
Thanks, Nathan. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. My name is Marcus Patterson. I'm here to talk about the preliminary growth analysis and business case. So this document provides supporting information and very high-level assumptions to help understand anticipated build-out timelines for the plan area, a range of potential land servicing costs to consider, an introduction to how revenue from land sales and future property tax over time relates to the servicing cost of land, identification of areas requiring further study and analysis to determine more exact cost estimates. And really what's important to highlight is, given the significant number of variables, the long timeline associated with build-out, a lot of these assumptions and information are really, really critical to understand and investigate and analyze in more depth over time, because what we're looking for is really detailed study and suggestions for further study. Looking at the local approach to land development, Medicine Hat's approach is very unique. The approach that Medicine Hat uses allows control and flexibility throughout the development process for undeveloped city-owned lands. Because the municipality is the developer and the owner of the land, it really allows the municipality to control both capital investment and timing, which puts you in a very unique position. The benefits and risks for municipal-owned lands must be managed a little bit differently than what we would see in private development, with a real focus on long-term community goals. The opportunity exists in the preliminary planning phases to really better understand the potential life cycle costs of development, revenue opportunities, different absorption scenarios, variability in servicing costs, and really additional areas to study. When we look at vision and policy alignment, we're looking at a couple of key components just in terms of alignment with the overall MDP goals and high-level goals of the city. We're looking to foster a prosperous economy that is sustainable, equitable, and enables a high quality of life. We're looking for employment sectors that should be designed to accommodate growth of existing businesses and attract new compatible industries. And the city assets are really designed to support, not impede, the financial health of the city. The MDP provides a view towards the next 30 years and acknowledges that capital infrastructure investment must be considered, efficient, and fiscally responsible. So why is industrial land important? Industrial land is highly valuable to the local and regional economy. Critically, industrial land helps generate quality jobs overall. It contributes to diversity of employment opportunities in the community. It really generates strong economic multipliers. These are benefits that continue in the community beyond through the support of other businesses and the spin-off that we often talk about. Industrial land tends to produce more net fiscal benefits compared to other forms of development, such as residential on retail on a per acre basis. And preserving areas for industrial land becomes important as a community's population grows. We really want to avoid conflict with adjacent land uses, and this becomes important as we see that industrial development occur over time. With respect to the plan area, about 25% is estimated as non-saleable lands of that total 959 acres. So that includes roads, utility rights of ways, storm ponds, other utility functions. What's important to note at this stage is that road design and future outline plans will have a direct impact on a lot of these assumptions. If you've got larger lots, you've got fewer roads, you've got less roads to build, less costs to incur. So what we're looking at is about 720 total acres available for sale, with the breakdown described in the chart above. 64% heavy industrial, flex industrial at 17%, and light and medium industrial anticipated at about 19% of the plan area. The anticipated stages of development are identified in 4 phases. Phases occur from the south to the north. Phases 1 to 2 represent the short-term development within 5 to 10 years, and phases 4 not anticipated for about 20 plus years. The staging varies as the city adapts to the needs of potential end users. This goes back to the flexibility of being both the landowner and the developer that Medicine Hat is in that unique position of. Heavy industrial is likely to contain larger lots. Conversely, as the lighter and medium development occurs, it's more likely to occur with smaller lots. When we look at the capital investment considerations, capital investment is required to provide servicing for vacant undeveloped lands, and it can be highly variable. The City of Medicine Hat plays the role of both the developer through IMH and provides this capital investment. Site servicing costs can include several items, not limited to things such as site grading and erosion control, storm water sewer systems, concrete and other roadworks, water distribution networks, lighting, shallow utilities, legal, levy costs, and other municipal fees. For the purposes of this high-level overview, it is assumed that servicing these lands are going to run roughly between $150,000 to $200,000 per acre, and that's in 2021 figures. A couple of the key considerations as we look from a municipal perspective is that land development initial capital costs are high. It takes a lot of money to bring land online to service. This simple model is limited in its ability to accurately estimate initial costs because actual costs are going to really vary depending on what the final design of the development looks like. The intent of this is to provide high-level estimates for what lies in stores for future phases going forward and to provide sort of an overview and look to what to expect. Front-end spending may be higher or less linear over time, particularly as it relates to downstream upgrades. Further study and analysis will be important, but not limited to understanding downstream water, sanitary, and storm upgrades, rail infrastructure needs, utility relocation costs, and road and intersection improvements beyond local costs. When we look at revenue assumptions over time, the sales price per acre is variable and highly dependent on land use. Sales revenue is aligned with the staging plan and sees more light and medium industrial earlier in the development phases. The city controls when lands are made available for development. The city captures value through timing of land sale to ensure the greatest potential return. Costs are not fixed, but flexible based on the timing of that land delivery and when bringing land to market. Tax revenue assumptions within this ASP phase are relatively limited. Tax assumptions are assumed to increase. Tax revenue is assumed to increase over time as additional land is sold and assessment value increases over time. While tax revenue is anticipated, we have not included an offset for service included within that support. So what we're looking at is that balancing act as we get into more detailed tax analysis. So significant modeling and assumptions would be required to determine the net tax revenue generated versus costs. When we take a look at land servicing and costs over time, under the simplified model, we can assume that sales revenue and tax revenue have the potential to offset servicing costs if the costs of servicing and bringing lands to market are kept within a reasonable range. The high and low land servicing costs highlighted above show that you're essentially going to be in a position where bringing those lands online up front, you'll see the costs come in up front, you'll see revenues recovered over the longer period of time. So revenues occur as the land is developed out. With respect to further study and next steps, additional study is required across 3 fields that we'd recommend. Infrastructure cost estimates, detailed land absorption forecasts, and then more detailed tax revenue analysis. With respect to infrastructure cost estimates, consider detailed cost estimates for preliminary phases of industrial development. Going through those preliminary phases may help to determine the service level desired, obtain accurate construction cost estimates, and confirm the timing of any preliminary downstream or offsite upgrades, which is going to be very important for accurately assuming costs. Consider the road standards and the length of roadways that may be required as it relates to the nature of development in terms of the industrial uses, because that can be a significant driver of costs, particularly for light industrial users that may have smaller lots and more road surfaces per acre. Consider a longer-term, more detailed study that provides additional detail for larger capital expenditures and then identifies triggers for when they may be required. Highway interchange improvements, rail service improvements, utility infrastructure, and treatment plant upgrades could be included in this level of study. With respect to the detailed land absorption forecast, the assumptions used throughout this document for land absorption are based on the high-level phasing plans related to the ASP. If you'd like to, consider additional study to determine how lot development will be phased over time, as well as a detailed analysis of carrying costs the municipality incurs before lots are sold. Consider the desired balance between flexibility for future property owners and sizing of lots to suit their needs, and the ability to have a portion of lots that are turnkey and ready to implement for immediate purchase and development. And finally, with respect to tax revenue analysis, consider detailed reviews of comparable industrial tax revenue within the region, coupled with likely absorption rates and build-out timelines for new development. Consider determining tax revenue compared to municipal service costs per acre to determine how much income industrial land truly ends up generating for Medicine Hat. With that in mind, I'd invite Nathan to join me back if there are any questions either on the business case or the ASP presentation that we've had to this night.
Councillor Knodel, would you like to re-ask your question?
Thank you, Mayor Clark. So the question that I initially asked, also, thank you for your section of the presentation, to the work that's gone into this. Every time that we read through, or I read through an agenda package, and I'm quite empathetic, so I recognize the amount of time and effort that went into all of the steps that you've taken. So well done, thank you. And thank you for your diligence with consultation, right? You didn't just rush through it. There's thought that went into this. There was the recognition that there's people that are being affected by this, so that is great. Thank you for doing that. So my question was, what would be the expense of building elsewhere, and how might it affect other industry in the Northwest area, such as Methanex or CF?
Sure. So from a pure expense perspective, when we look at the cost of bringing land online, we're looking at costs of about $150,000 to $200,000 per acre in terms of a pure cost. The best way I can frame what we're looking at with these industrial lands is probably twofold. I would say
Before you go on, can I get you to move the mic a little bit closer?
How's that?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Sorry. It's perfect. I'm the awkward part.
I apologize for interrupting.
Nope, that's great. Thank you. So probably twofold from just looking at it from the economic perspective. There's the cost of bringing land online. So you could look at comparable costs of looking at bringing land online in other areas. I think one of the things that I would highlight with this particular area, when you look at the large scale of land that you're looking specifically for industrial, is the lost opportunity when you look at all the other services and things that are happening in terms of the synergy of servicing in that area. So you have those rail connections, you have those industrial users that are already adjacent, you have the transportation pieces, you have the infrastructure pieces as part of that conversation. I would say you'd want to do a detailed analysis to understand if you're trying to compare apples to apples in terms of moving that elsewhere. So it would be also the lost opportunity of putting those pieces together.
Mr. Arthur, you have something to add as well?
Through the chair, yes, Your Worship, if it's all right. Okay, just to your second question about like what would not developing in this area potentially mean for existing industries such as Methanex and CF? They would be the ones who would have to speak to their own perceived impacts of what they would see without development proceeding in the area. However, one of the items noted throughout engagement was the lack of a secondary access road for primary transportation to those two facilities today, which our plan envisions connecting through 52nd Street Northwest as envisioned by the municipal development plan. So development in this area provides further feasibility to extending that roadway connection to service more than just 2 plants in the area. So more users, more cost sharing, more ability to actually integrate that road with their existing operations, which is something they identified through this process. So more detailed impacts would have to be provided by them directly, but that's one element that is worth considering just in terms of what impacts would happen to those industries relative to the plan that we've proposed today.
Councillor Dumanowski?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the presentation. As I'm listening to this hefty, beefy presentation, lots of information, obviously relevant to an application like this. This is unique in many ways because of the points that you've outlined. I won't repeat, but it's unique placement, proximity, access, et cetera. So what council certainly has to do is reconcile the application before us in light of its opportunity, which is how we build our tax base and grow, against those of other interests. And I don't want to say that it's one or the other. I would liken it to trying to find that balancing act. My thought is, and I guess my first question is, the PRO, the policy review overlay, was that born out of those conversations with community stakeholders? Or was that something that was envisaged before those conversations?
Through the chair to Councillor Dumanowski, that is a direct result of engagement with the stakeholders in this area.
Okay, so that's what I thought. So thank you for that. My so when I look at that, I mean, in lay terms, I look at that and go, well, we've satisfied the need to pursue and grow and develop in this area in a way that is going to benefit this community and increase jobs and development and investment in our community. And I don't think anyone, including the stakeholders who are in our audience or elsewhere, would dispute that. What I would further, I guess, add to, if I'm looking at it from their lens, and that's what I'm still trying to satisfy, is that even though there are some restrictions within that PRO, that 75% of the heavy and flex development in those lands has to have been developed first before any applications in the PRO can be pursued. Plus, there has to be a removal of that PRO by council of the day. At first blush, I see those conditions as quite favorable to both the city and IMH as the developer and the user groups. My thought, though, is when I look at, and maybe I'm reading it wrong, on our slide 74, revenue over time assumptions slide, I see the breakdown of the heavy, flex, and light medium industrial sales over time. And the most immediate sales projections would be flex and light medium industrial. And then there's a divide thereafter a number of years. And as I move down that time continuum, I notice that the remaining, or there's a heavier land zoning of heavy industrial in this case that seems to be left toward the end. So I'm trying to reconcile that against what might be a challenge with that PRO. Again, from my perspective is, will we be challenged to unpack or open, not we, maybe, the council of the day, to lift that PRO earlier than expected, because it seems to me that a lot of the area that would be moved or is seemingly left to the end is actually has the potential of being requisitioned or requested much earlier. So help me understand how you developed that time continuum or that type of sales continuum based on the current analysis of that land versus later sales.
Through the chair, what we looked at is, if we go back to one of the earlier slides and we look at that industrial land breakdown, we look at the total plan area and we look at 64% of that being heavy industrial. So it's quite heavily focused on heavy industrial lands. We worked with IMH and we looked at essentially the phasing plan, and we looked at the different land use breakdowns in those individual phases. and the sequence of phasing that would develop out. And so what we did is we took the breakdown of the eventual build-out timeline of the plan and broke it down essentially to say, when is all of that going to occur in those individual stages of development based on that phasing plan and that infrastructure that needs to be in place for that to occur. So effectively, what is driving that breakdown, the way that you see it, is the fact that 64% of the lands are heavy industrial, and most of the light and the medium industrial is quite heavily biased towards the south portion of the plan. I would say that when we look at the PRO in terms of that 75% target and considering, are we going to hit triggers where things need to occur first and foremost to get to that number, you would have to see a lot of heavy industrial developed very quickly before you'd start to hit that mark of that 75% target. So if you're thinking about the risk of acceleration of that timeline, that's a very significant volume of land that you would have to essentially develop in a short period of time. When we're looking at 720 acres relative to what historical absorption rates for industrial and heavy industrial in particular have been in Medicine Hat, it's a fairly balanced approach to say it's not something I would expect to see in the first 5 years.
If I could just quickly supplementary, and I'm going to make it even simpler for myself when I look at the aerial map and I look at some of the current industrial and overlay that over the proposed area and its phase in, it's pretty apparent that it would take some time before we would ever have the need to exercise that phase 4 in an earlier fashion than what was anticipated. So it's not really your job, but if I'm a rec user up there and I have investment, I've put investment into those developments, and I'm looking to the longer term viability, the PRO obviously satisfies that, and I think it does, and I recognize that, and I'm hopeful that they did too in your conversations. Even though we have this timeline of 20 plus years before we have to even look at that, was there any conversation around an appropriate timeline for a trigger time within that development phase in that the city would have to give those user groups in order to look at the longer term use of those lands? In other words, how much notice do you give them? Maybe it won't be them, maybe it won't be us, but certainly there'll be others that will have a stake in that. So I'm just curious, in your assumptions, when was that trigger point?
Through the chair to Councillor Dumanowski, those conversations did get tailored towards that timeline aspect of how does this PRO work. There is a provision as one of the policies within the PRO that says that the PRO should be reviewed every 5 years. It's not the intent to necessarily label the PRO as 5-year increments for recreation uses moving forward. However, it does serve as a guideline for the opportunity to ensure that there's periodic revisiting of not only the intent of the clubs operating within the plan area, but also interested development that's happening south of 52nd Street Northwest, and serving as a general method of communication for the city and the clubs in general. So this is in excess of anything that exists today for the clubs in terms of a formalized strategy for making sure that discussions occur with the city's land development group, as well as council opportunities to speak to council through a policy of an area structure plan. So those 5-year increments noted as policy direction are meant to serve as those opportunities to evaluate how long should the next leases be as a guideline, like just for the city's land department to work through, as well as is everything working okay, kind of a general check-in for the clubs in that respect to gauge any potential investments they're looking at, provide that level of medium to long-term certainty for them moving forward, absolutely. So that's the intent of that one policy there.
Great, thank you for answering those.
Councillor Sharps?
Hi there. Okay, so I do have a few questions. First, I'm very excited to see an industrial area. I do love, I come from manufacturing, so that is always good to see. However, I have some concerns, and my concerns are as such. First, I'll go back that on all the times I used to watch council, the only time I ever showed up was when I was mad. So when we say that we've engaged the stakeholders and that they're happy with it, I will honestly say that I've received so many emails and so many texts, and I'm very grateful for all those. I didn't answer them because we were in the middle of so I apologize. But I will say, if I was under the impression they were really engaged with this, but to see them all here I'm not convinced that's quite accurate. So I want to make sure we address those concerns. So when I look at Zone 4, which is the area that they're all in, I believe, is that correct? Zone 4?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay.
Phase 4 is the
Sorry,
final phase
phase
of the
4,
plan.
not
No,
Zone
no,
4.
that's okay. That's
I
okay.
apologize. So how much land is that?
Through the chair, the land occupied by the clubs is less than 2 full quarter sections, but just at a high level, we do have, just bear with me one moment, I'll grab the plan here.
Sure, because in the presentation, we're talking acres, so if you could just dumb it down to acres for me.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So in section 5.4 of the area structure plan, the policy review overlay area is identified under the plan areas. It is at 99 hectares or 245 acres approximately.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So it's going to be a tough question. What does that do if we take that line right above the Medicine Hat Speedway and say, no, that's the clubs, they're there, like, what does that do to our industrial plan? Like, if we just zoned down and said, nothing above here is touchable, we're gonna let our clubs stay, they're part of our community, what does that do to really, how does that impede us and affect us?
Through the chair to Councillor Sharps, that is a very difficult question to
know.
answer that would absolutely have to be taken back for further assessment. There are several implications to the existing plan as proposed that rely on key areas north of 52nd Street to provide necessary servicing for the middle 2 quarter sections. These happen outside existing club lands, as identified in the general land use concept, primarily through stormwater infrastructure, lift stations, and other sanitary connections. There are several high-level implications that we could speculate at this point, but again, it would have to be taken back for further assessment. Removal of the clubs would also impact overarching existing citywide policy that calls for heavy industrial in this area and does acknowledge that there are clubs operating. However, a further review by the city would have to be undertaken in terms of direction for administration to actually manage those impacts. So it's not only an impact to this plan that would occur, but also to surrounding plans already in existence with the city, as well as potential land use districts. And there are implications in terms of handing over city-owned land to nonprofit organizations that must involve other members of the city as well to make sure that this is in fact the preferred direction for that type of transition to occur. So all options are on the table, but in terms of immediate impacts, we would have to review what those are in much more detail to answer effectively. Apologies, just point of clarification, that would likely be led through direction by council to either Invest Medicine Hat or administration specifically. Yes.
Okay, I appreciate that. So then for supplement to that is when we're talking to the stakeholders and we're talking to them, I understand they're engaged, their businesses. I'm a business owner. If you knocked on my door and told me I was moving, I'd be like, yeah, no. So I get why they're here. But here's my question to you is when we were talking to them, do we as a city have options for them? Or are we just saying in 20 years you could be out of luck, have a nice day? Or are we saying, look, we have options on the west side, the east side, over that? Like, do we have options?
Through the chair to Councillor Sharps, there are no formal options in place as of today. What we had discussions with special outdoor recreation uses throughout the process, though those issues came to light, that if a potential relocation is going to happen, this is not something that can happen overnight, and it takes a great deal of thought, consideration, finding alternative sites, funding needs to be raised, and it is significant funding. So we appreciate that, and nothing is trying to be taken away immediately or even in the short or medium term, or potentially ever. These are identified as heavy industrial lands, but the policy review overlay is in effect to ensure that any development that occurs there is in the best interest of the city, and that's controlled by council. And this is all in general alignment with overarching existing plans for the city. Now, the 5-year components that was discussed with Councillor Dumanowski in terms of the opportunities to check and also serve to act as formalized methods for the city's land department to enter into discussions with clubs, beginning immediately, to talk about what does an actual relocation look like if this situation ever arises within the next 10, 15, 20, 25 years. Where would an alternative site be located? How would capital be raised? What commitment would there be on behalf of the city to assist in a relocation? And that's only under the condition that an actual development for industrial development wants to take place within the lands they occupy currently. So the provisions that are in place in the ASP are meant to act as a plan and a path forward to coming up with those answers that we don't have the proper parameters of today or the actual industry that could be proposed in those areas as of today. I hope that makes sense. Sorry, it kind of went off a little bit there, but okay.
As you're speaking, I'm thinking, so no, you didn't go on a
Okay.
tangent. I
And
got it. I got
just
that.
one, you're absolutely correct. Like, the approach and the way we handle this is very different in this respect because one of the things, you know, we came into this with far less of an understanding of the club's operating parameters at the initial stages of the project than we have today. And we, as mentioned, have a much greater appreciation and understanding for what they do. In the initial onset, we didn't understand them to be businesses, but that was kind of our general perception of them. However, it was made clear they are not businesses. They are leasing city-owned land, operating as nonprofits by volunteers. So the way in which they are handled is handled very differently than how we would handle, say, Pacific Steel and Recycling, which is located along the western edge of the plant as a property owner, as an established business in the city. So a lot of what's happening in that parcel represents the overarching direction that we had to actually come up with the policies within the area structure plan, whereas we were dealing with something very unique and very different in the fact that it was city-owned lands as a landowner, as the developer, dealing with current tenants who operate valuable civic amenities on those sites. So it's just a much different context than you would have with a typical business and a private landowner within an area structure plan.
Councillor Hirsch?
So thanks for that. Thanks through the chair. I'm interested in, and I think it was illustrated that 52nd Street seems to be the demarcation in terms of kind of where our issue is. I actually would argue that it's more towards the south even more, because you've indicated that major infrastructure required to facilitate development beyond phase one. So to me, that's the two-pronged approach in my mind, that you've got phase one, which I understand when I'm hearing you, is that we've got somewhat sufficient infrastructure already in place to action that land in the deep south, correct? So with a bit of an illustration and maybe a little bit of another rationale, what would be so ultimately we'd be in a tipping point to go on beyond phase one into an investment that the city would have to make in the deep servicing of phases 2, 3, and ultimately 4. Is that correct? And then my question would be, how many, and it's not hundreds of thousands of dollars, how many millions are we talking in today's dollars would have to be in the ground to facilitate phases 2, 3, and then ultimately 4? Just-ish.
Sure, through the chair. Great question. Difficult to give you an accurate number. The reality is that as we looked at the phasing over the build-out of the plan area, our rough estimates, if we were to essentially standardize capital investment over those timeframes, would be roughly 20 to 25 million per phase as we rolled through. So you're in the tens plus of millions of dollars to make those investments.
So thanks for that. So I guess my summary in this is that there's significant steps financially, never mind anything else, that would probably have to be, in order for us to trigger that investment, we as a city and/or Invest Medicine Hat would have to feel like to make that investment in the land, and we've talked about landlocked or putting investments in the land and then just having the land sit for years, which is not a good investment on any stretch. So is it your position that the City Medicine Hat would have to see considerable demand or inquiries for those subject lands north of phase one in order to make those major investments? Is that fair?
Through the chair, I would like to say a portion of that is fair. What I would say is that we're starting to blur the lines between what we deal with typically at an area structure plan level and what we deal with at subsequent planning phases. And part of the challenge when we go into those details is an ASP is very much a signal of intention to the development industry and a signal of intention to outsiders looking in to say, we're here, we're open for business, this is what we're looking to do. It's a challenge with the timelines associated with a plan of this nature and the availability of lands that would fall under that plan if we're really trying to delineate a specific line. And quite frankly, when we start to layer the different pieces of infrastructure, I can tell you that none of those pieces of infrastructure will line up at the same endpoint. So it's a little bit challenging to get to that exact conclusion, but I'd say you're getting there.
Yeah, and for sure, and I guess I chair MPC, and I guess what I see all the time, quite frankly, is concerns residents coming at the ASP stage, and because this is the first they've heard about it, right? In some cases, they've been contacted if they're affected parties. But I guess I go back to my original commentary that we have steps, multiple entry points, and quite frankly, as the development gets near to the shadow of these subject lands that we're talking about, covered by the PRO, that there is immense opportunity for affected groups to have feedback, if you will, on any specific development along the way. Is that fair?
Yeah, through the chair, I would argue that having worked in other jurisdictions and dealt with the application of PROs, what the PRO does a great job of doing is keeping everyone on alert. It keeps everybody at the table, and it puts in that approved ASP at a bylaw level an actual policy that says you're now at the table. So it does a very good job of ensuring that heads up is a built-in part of that planning process. So from a protections perspective, there's a real advantage to having that PRO crafted the way it is right now. So I would agree.
Thank you.
Councillor Knodel?
Thank you, Mayor Clark, through the chair. Just quick, as a reference point, what was the build time? You may not know this information, so I won't judge you. What was the build time for Methanex or CF as a reference point for development timeline?
Through the chair, we can bring up Ian Hakes with Invest Medicine Hat, who can provide a rough estimate of that timeline.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ian Hakes, Invest Medicine Hat, Project Manager. Through the chair to Councillor Knodel, to give you a time reference, going back to one of your previous questions, it took the city over 40 years to build out Briar Park, 2 quarter sections, of which Goodyear takes up a very large chunk. So when we talk about a timeline for development, Briar Park, 40 years, hopefully Invest Medicine Hat can attract some industries a little bit quicker than that because that's our mandate. But that's a good general guideline of what you can expect for the first 2 quarter sections. As for Methanex, it took them approximately 3 years to do their full construction, but 4 for the regulatory commission.
Councillor Robbins?
Thank you, Mayor Clark. Through the chair, I just actually had some questions about the policy review overlay itself, because I find it a really interesting sort of hybrid solution to obviously the big concern of the citizens, and leaving control in council ultimately is so interesting to me. But my questions are, and I'm looking at the area development plan, or area structure plan, page 27 specifically, if anyone wants to follow along. I just want to ask a question about 5.5.4.3 and the 75%. So you said in the land, the total amount of acreage available, 25% of it or so is not sort of useful, and 200 is already used by clubs. So is this 75% the whole, including the clubs and unusable, or just the sort of remainder that is usable and not club, if that makes sense?
Through the chair to Councillor Robbins, it is a bit hard to kind of verbally describe the geographical area we're talking about with that 75%. And we just want to make a point of clarification that the 75% threshold is not a hard and fast requirement. It is meant to serve as a general guideline for an approximate area that should look to be met before anything outside of that number is considered. And this number includes all available heavy industrial undeveloped heavy industrial land that's available outside of the PRO. So this includes the entirety of the flex area, as well as the entirety of the remainder of the undeveloped heavy industrial area outside of the PRO. So the intent is that if there is available industrial land that can support heavy industrial outside of the PRO, that takes whatever the proposed development is before the PRO is affected and any potential clubs still operating in the area are impacted. Yes.
Okay, and then I just want you to help me out here with walking through the future applications that may exist for under the PRO, under 5.5.4.5. Just so I understand, so it's telling me that application to remove part of the PRO, so this overlay that prevents any development in the club area, it has to have planning, infrastructure, economic, municipal servicing, and operational considerations first. And that would all go through municipal planning, as I understand. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is establish where the checkpoints are in the future for committee, council to really look at this and say what's in the best interest of everybody. So I want to make sure I understand where the checkpoints are for this potential bylaw change. So there's that. When it says rationale for industrial development proposed outside of the sequencing, what do you mean by that? I'm a bit confused about that B of that section.
Absolutely. Through the chair to Councillor Robbins. So just if I could touch on the very first one, we wanted to ensure there was a little bit of flexibility built into this policy in case development was needed to occur within those lands that didn't affect any active clubs operating within the area. So for example, if a storm pond facilities was required to assist in servicing development that was happening outside the PRO, we wanted council and administration to have the ability to go to council to actually amend a portion of the area to accommodate a specific type of supportive development happening in that area for things happening outside the PRO. So, for example, if on the very far east side of the plan area, south of the Medicine Hat Rifle and Revolver Club and RC Club, and on the east side of the drag strip, if there was a potential stormwater facility that needed to go in, and when we looked at the maps geographically, we saw that it entered the PRO. We still want the same level of control in there for council to see what's happening, make sure that full transparency is taking place, that any proposed developments are going through the proper authorities and have the ability for the public to actually see and comment on. And that way, anything that happens within the PRO has to go through the checks and balances of an area structure plan amendment, which would all go to council regardless of what the proposed development was, whether it's city infrastructure or private development interests. Anything that impacts the PRO would make its way through an area structure plan amendment, which is ended up approved by council ultimately. So any details would be provided to council as to what the amendment would be for, and then they would make the decision whether or not that's in the interest of the plan at the time. Just to the second question, anything that happens outside of sequencing of development. So the development sequencing map that outlines the phases for the area structure plan, the intent is that anything that happens, say in phase 2 prior to phase 1 development actually occurring, you would have to amend the plan to say why it is you're looking to go outside of the prescribed sequencing of development that the plan outlines. What's your rationale? What's the investment look like for infrastructure? How do you intend to support this development, et cetera? So those amendments have to go through council as well. And then this is just further kind of reinforcing the point that if you're looking to break with what the plan has outlined, council needs to be the one to see what you're up to and how that's going to affect people in the area.
So is the area in the PRO full of clubs? Like how much of the acreage in that area, if you don't have a number, it's fine, but is not full? As in, you could right now develop something else there. You could, in the middle of this area, develop a rather smallish factory, but you could probably fit something in there. Are there areas in that PRO that right now city could do whatever we wanted with?
Through the chair to Councillor Robbins, that's correct. The footprint identified in the policy review overlay does not represent physical development. It primarily reflects the current lease boundaries that the clubs operate under. And the intent of the PRO is to have kind of a combined collective lease area coverage for active leases for those clubs in the plan area. So there are sections within those lease areas that don't actually have physical development on them, where a building could encroach into that boundary without actually encroaching onto physical development of the clubs potentially.
Right, so the clubs at the moment could get new neighbors, but under this plan, they can't unless council lets them.
Through the chair to Councilor Robbins, that is correct. Under today's planning controls, somebody could develop immediately next to them without any forewarning, because the landowners are, in this case, the city, as well as a developer. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, just one last, because you asked about the total area and how much percentage was calculated within the PRO. Unfortunately, we don't have that number.
Okay, no, that's fair enough. You just get your measuring tape and get over there and then come back. So I understand, just again, because I'm a detail person here, so 5.5, 0.4, 0.5, C talks again about a public engagement process and the area stakeholders, and you talked about, but that's written into the policy. So again, I'm just looking for the checks and balances. And then it specifically says considerations regarding the impact the proposed development may have on active operating special outdoor recreational unit, providing buffers, mitigation measures, that sort of thing. So is that talking about development in phase 2 and 3 not impacting the clubs who are sitting in the policy review area, or overlay, sorry? Does that talk about just what's in the policy review overlay, or the other two sections not affecting those clubs while they're being built or used, if that makes sense?
Through the chair to Councilor Robbins, it does make sense, and it's a very good question for clarification. We actually...
It wasn't your phone.
Please don't beat me. We actually have another policy located within the plan, and apologies, the number escapes me for now, but there is a requirement for any potential development that's going to occur within the plan area to outline what potential impacts might occur during construction and during operation that could impact operating clubs at the time. So there's already an overarching policy direction within the entirety of the area structure plan that if impacts are going to occur that affect existing users, they must have mitigation measures displayed to administration or to any higher approval authority, just to make sure that, for example, the drag strip doesn't have to go out and clear their track every day, which they expressed is something that happens with crosswinds and dust and things like that. So screening measures and things like that to control construction dust would be an example method of mitigation for that type of impact during construction anywhere within the plan area. With respect to this policy in particular, it's meant specifically for any developments occurring within the PRO or looking to amend the PRO, and you would ask them to demonstrate how what they're proposing is, if it is potentially impacting the clubs, how are you going to mitigate that impact? So this is specific to the actual physical area, but we have other policies that were incorporated, again, as a result of engagement, appreciating new things that happen with other offsite construction that impacts their operations. We wanted to make sure that the existing club users were addressed in some way so that proponents in the future have to consider their operations and mitigate against impacts going forward.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Arthur. Mr. Pattison, you're not getting away. All I want you to do is help me understand detailed land absorption. I think I know what that means, but I want you to tell me what it means, and then I'll be happy if I'm right.
Sure, through the chair. So I'll put on my developer hat and I'll say land absorption is essentially the take-up when people are buying land, or so when those lots get sold. So in the case of Medicine Hat, because of its unique situation where the city is both the developer and the seller of those lands, it's basically saying we want a better understanding of how you're going to move through those phases, what you anticipate those sales to be, and what your revenue stream is going to look like. So how fast are you going to bring lots online for sale? How fast are you going to make them available? When do you expect those lots to sell? And particularly what you're looking for is what's your carrying cost window. So from the time that you've invested your money, when do you start to see recoveries on those pieces? So that is definitely something that we would push for some detailed analysis. What's critical to that is really understanding as you move into the next phases of development, where your lots go, where your roads go, where your costs come in, so that you can figure out all of the revenues as opposed to the costs and figure out what your absorption should be to start paying for some of those pieces.
And a certain piece of that is finding that sweet spot where you're
Exactly.
not carrying huge costs, and you're selling it for the best price that you can.
Exactly. And so part of the balancing act, because of the timeline and the sheer volume of land that you've got available, is you want to make sure that you're not spending, and not recovering those costs as you go through that development process.
Right.
Upfront costs will be high. It always costs money to bring land online. It's a question of when do you see those returns come in and making sure that you're balancing that from a fiscally responsible perspective.
And if I understood the answer to Councillor Hirsch's questions, phase 1 isn't that expensive to bring online. It's phase 2 and 3 that if they're going to be developed, then there's going to be an ask ultimately to council, if not this one, a future council, for some money to make that happen.
Absolutely.
And
So
that's still far away from phase 4.
yes.
That's the end of my questions. Thank you so much, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor McGrogan.
Through the chair. It's been so long, I've forgotten what I was going to ask. No, I'm kidding. That was just a joke. This may have been answered somewhere in this very detailed report, which I'm very thankful for. There's not a lot of questions that I do have, but in our 530-page package, I may have missed it. But is there a comment in relation to the history of the clubs? Just, there's a lot of citizens here. It does affect them. This is really important. Did they kind of know when they went out to that club, to the site, and, had the piece of grass between their teeth and said, wow, this is a great place for a speedway or a rifle range? Was there how long back was there a vision in relation to this being industrial land? Or has it been kind of sitting there as future industrial land, and maybe, I don't know if either of you can answer that. And then along the way, so I'll just put them both together, along the way, when they came back to the city and said, now we want to build grandstands, or we want to do whatever, did anybody kind of say, hey, here's our future vision? I'm just wondering, or did this just kind of all pop up as a really great idea a year or two ago? That's kind of what I'm asking, just kind of a timeline that way, and if I missed it in the report, I do apologize, but I would appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrogan, I apologize for my long-winded answers that contributed to the forgetful train of thought there. But we would have to defer to administration in terms of historical planning information that was put in place in this area. But as Mr. Sissons alluded to in his earlier presentation, industrial lands were called for as part of the previous MDP in this area generally, and reaffirmed through the recent update in 2020. But I'll bring Mr. Sissons on if that's all right to kind of speak to that.
Thank you very much.
So if you track back, so obviously the 2020 MDP talks about this as industrial land. Going back to the 2012 MDP, it talks about this being industrial land. The 2005 MDP, it talks about this going as industrial land as well. And even going back to the actual annexation of this land into the city, it goes back to, I believe it was the 70s or 80s. There was a study that was done just at a high level, and that was one of the drivers to annexing this land into the city boundaries, was for future industrial development.
Thank you. And communication along the way with the clubs, I'm just curious, was there, I guess, that heads up that, this piece of land, we'll lease it to you, but here's its future potentially? I guess that's what I'm asking. And again, I know you're probably haven't been around that long, but if you'd know the answer to that.
So through the chair, yeah, I wouldn't have specific correspondence from back when a lot of these clubs located there, but when you look back at some of the major industry and the signaling that, when Canadian Fertilizers invested the money to build their facility there, Methanex built their facility. I mean, those have been there for quite a few years, and even prior to that, there was other. I believe it's Westco Fertilizers was there as well before, further south. By allowing the city and promoting and trying to attract those industries, it kind of did set a pathway that at some point in time, industry would fill in around there. But in terms of the actual correspondence, that's many decades ago. I wouldn't have any access to that as far as I know.
Thank you.
Councillor Sharps.
So thank you again. So I have a comment and a question. So my comment is, as you said, Mr. Sissons, Manager Sissons, that it was in the MDPs every time. And I think I think that even though we do a good job of documenting it, I'm not sure that we do a good job of communicating to the citizens. I know I personally don't sit down on a Saturday night and read an MDP. So I think the citizens need us to maybe up our game on our communication. And so we can't do anything about the past, but we can definitely know moving forward that we really communicate that out. But that's my lecture for everybody. But here's my question. If this is 25 years out on phase 4? Phase 4? Okay. If it's 25 years out, is there not a reason we can just do phase 1, 2, and 3 and in 20 years talk about phase 4? Gotta ask.
No, it's a great question. So through the chair, I'll go back and I'll talk about what I've mentioned before in terms of intent and signaling intent. So that's one component of it, and that's the folks that may not be in the room that are watching from a development industry perspective. They're looking for ways as developers and landowners to basically mitigate risk. And one step in that risk mitigation process is moving through your development and your planning phases. So having an ASP in place is a signal to industry and to development. We've done this, we're on to the next. So there's a level of commitment. So I'd say that that's a softer component to it. I would say in terms of the bigger pieces, the critical reason why I would suggest you may not want to take pieces of the lands out is you want to ensure that you are planning your infrastructure and your layers of infrastructure appropriately so that you're planning for all those lands. So even if that last phase of development doesn't come on till the end, you want to have that ASP in place so that you can size your infrastructure appropriately, you can size your interchanges appropriately, you can make those decisions on infrastructure pieces, dealing with the whole plan area to make sure that when phase 4 eventually comes online, everything is at the door ready to go. Because the last thing you want to be doing is retroactively changing that downstream infrastructure and making those changes last minute to support that last phase coming online. And that holds true of any realm of planning. That's why we do sort of segment out those phases of planning. It's often driven primarily by those infrastructure sizing pieces and that certainty that comes with that ASP approval.
Through the chair to Councillor Sharps, there's a couple of soft elements to add to that as well. Just integrating the city-owned lands occupied by the clubs within this area. Throughout the engagement program, it was noted by one stakeholder in particular that there was a handshake and verbal understanding with a former mayor at the time, or councillor. Apologies, it escapes me as to what position it was, but they were, informally told that development would never reach them and they're going to be safe forever. When you formalize a plan forward and a method for dealing with current users through a statutory plan, this provides a level of structure and organization that allows clubs to operate with a much greater level of certainty and confidence than existed previously. So their inclusion in this case provides guidelines for how the city is going to engage with them, how development is going to engage with them, and just the certain levels of protection afforded by an overarching statutory plan in terms of how they are to be viewed and respected moving forward. So their inclusion in this plan provides them assurances and securities that had never been afforded to them previously and currently don't exist today. So there is that element to it as well, to keeping them in, that allows that structure and those formal discussions and opportunities for those discussions to take place through overarching statutory policy.
Councillor Hyder.
Through the chair, Mr. Arthur and Mr. Patterson, I want to extend a thank you very much for a great presentation. And you've educated not only me, but I'm hoping educated our stakeholders in the audience. And I think it's a great opportunity for everyone to come together and have these conversations and ask these questions. It's important to the future of our community, so thank you very much.
Councillor Van Dyke.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to say I thank you for your work on this. It's very extensive, and I appreciate the policy review overlay very much and the formality that brings to agreements. I have worked with quite a few community organizations where we had handshake agreements with larger bodies, and a lot of the time you just hope to keep under the radar and that nobody notices you or what you're doing. because you don't know what will happen if you bring any attention. So I think that this actually brings tremendous protection to the people and the groups in that area, and some formality to decision-making in the future, and better ability to plan for everyone. So thank you very much.
Mr. Arthur?
Apologies. Through the chair to Councillor Robbins, I just wanted to point out the reference to the one policy that speaks to engaging with the clubs about any potential impacts throughout the whole plan. That is policy 5.4.1.15. Sorry. Yeah, that's in the general land use policies. So section 5.4, policy 541.15. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions,
I'll move that presentation for reception.
Second.
we'll vote. Reception of the presentation is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Arthur, and Mr. Patterson, and thank you also for the presentation, and thank you also to Mr. Hicks and Mr. Sissons for answering some of our questions.
Moving on now to our public hearing. I just want to go through a bit of a process before we get right into it. So bylaw 4692, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to adopt the Northwest Industrial Area Structure Plan. Just before Mayor Clark opens the public hearing, I just want to note I did receive 3 written submissions. One from Mr. Ian Parkinson, who's a member of the Medicine Hat Rifle and Revolver Club. One from Victoria Kryzan, who's the president of the Medicine Hat Rifle and Revolver Club. And also one from Jennifer Maho, who is the president of the Medicine Hat Motocross Society. So those written submissions are in council's packet for them to review. In a moment, Mayor Clark will ask 3 times if anyone would like to speak. And I see hands up already. So Mayor Clark will ask 3 times if anyone would like to speak for or against the bylaw. So at that time, we invite people to come down to the podium and say their name and whether they're for or against the bylaw. Once we've made a list of people who would like to speak, then we will call on them to come and speak to council. And in accordance with our procedure bylaw, each person will have up to 5 minutes to speak either for or against the bylaw. And we'll allow time for rebuttal as well, or any questions that anybody might have of each other. And of course, council will have full opportunity to engage with anybody who would like to speak for or against the bylaw. Mayor Clark?
So this is item 9.1, bylaw 4692, a bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to adopt the Northwest Industrial Area Structure Plan.
Your worship, I would move, beg indulgence to move bylaw number, sorry, let me get it. 4692, and wish to have it read a second time.
I'll second that.
Okay, I call public hearing for bylaw 4692, bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat to adopt the Northwest Industrial Area Structure Plan to order. Is there any member of the public who wishes to speak for or against the bylaw? If so, please come down to the podium and state your name. For a second time, if there is any member of the public who wishes to speak for or against this bylaw, please come down to the podium and state your name. For a third and final time, is there any member of the public who wishes to speak for or against this bylaw? Please come down to the podium and state your name.
Thank you, sir. Can you state your name and whether you're for or against the bylaw?
Ian Parkinson.
Ian
And
Parkinson?
I'm against it.
Okay. Thank you.
Victoria Kruzan, I'm against it.
Okay.
Dave Toth, I'm against it.
Yep.
Aaron Steinke, and I'm against it.
Did you say Aaron? Yes. Okay.
Karina, JMK, I'm against it.
Can you just spell your last name for me, please, Karina?
Kay?
Yep.
Thank you.
Stephen Van Yperen, I'm against it.
Thank you.
Scott Payne, against the bylaw.
Anybody else? So they're all against, nobody in favor. As we go down the list, Mr. Ian Parkinson, please.
Mr. Parkinson, can we beg your indulgence for a bio break?
Certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Way to go, Steve. Oh, he's gone already.
We'll get started. Mr. Parkinson, I truly appreciate your indulgence and welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. You're welcome now that I have everybody's attention. My name is Ian Parkinson. I'm a member of the Medicine Hat Rifle and Revolver Club and have been since 2004. The club consists of, given the time of year, anywhere between 900 and 1,000 members. And as I'm sure it's painfully obvious to you now, we operate a firearms range in the north section of the heavy industrial area. One of the main tenets in any successful business operation, whether it's not-for-profit or for-profit, is stability. The Medicine Hat Rifle and Revolver Club has been in existence in Medicine Hat since 1887. We've been here longer than the Medicine Hat Stampede and Exhibition. We started out in what was known as Seven Persons Valley. This was back in 1890. Since that time, we've moved our facility at least 5 times at the behest of the town or the city. Seven Persons Valley, Police Point, behind the Armory in Collier Road, north of Canadian Fertilizer, and in 1990 through 1992, at the behest of the city, we moved west of Box Springs Road to the location we are at now. This was all done on a handshake. It was 2012 before we finally got an official development permit to exist somewhere. We'd been there for 20 years. So I'm sure you can understand our dismay at the latest plan. As you see here on slide 1, you've got the motocross, the speedway, the gun club, the aircraft guys, and Hut 8, along with the city's power electrical generation unit. North of us in the blue is privately owned land. It's been privately owned for more than 30 years. In the white above the private land is city oil and gas land that has so many oil and gas wells in it, it looks like Swiss cheese. But to be honest with you, we don't really care. Where we are located, we cannot go west. That's Redcliffe. We can't go north. That's the county, even if we get past the privately owned land and the oil wells. We can't go south because it's for sale. And we can't go east because that's where we came from many years ago. So what do we want? What does the club want? We want to purchase the leased lands we sit on, all 40 acres. We've approached the city 3 times in at least the last 20 years and have been rebuffed every time because it's not in the plan, which has been brought to your attention this evening. So what was the previous plan that was holding us back? The City Assessment Department has assessed our 40 acres at somewhere between $200,000 and $300,000. We're prepared to pay that, especially if you give us the 25% discount you gave the developers 2 weeks ago. You know we're good for the money. We have $300,000 of our members' money in the trust account held by the city. Sell it to us. Think of the redevelopment plans you could get done, or structure plans, or better yet, use the money to install the washrooms in Tin Can Alley. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Kreizan, thank you.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to this matter. My name is Victoria Kreizan. I am the president of the Medicine Hat Rifle and Revolver Club. We currently have over 900 members, and we lease 40 acres from the city for our shooting range and related facilities. Our lease is due for renewal in a few years' time. We have concerns about this area structure plan. Firstly, there is the concern that we should not be here. Some members are concerned that council has already made up their mind and that any comments risk complicating or frustrating future discussions concerning our lease. Others believe that the vision outlined in the area structure plan and the municipal development plan is unrealistic and doesn't merit a response. The club's executives believe that legitimate concerns should not be withheld due to the fear of our local government and its administration. Our second concern is that the rationale for removing the clubs from this location is limited at best. We do not know what additional information the city may have about future heavy industrial development in this general area, but we were told that no studies were undertaken. The rationale for a variety of industrial development at this location appears based on a vision and on demonstrable opportunity or need. The recently adopted municipal development plan addressed this general area and identified the future relocation of the recreational uses as potential. But this area structure plan takes the idea of potential relocation much further. A third concern relates to the policy review overlay. This was added to the plan and provides some protection to the clubs, but the policy overlay describes the process for removing the clubs from the area and does not change the overall vision or intent. We believe that the clubs were largely overlooked in the preparation of the current municipal development plan, and we are seeing the result. We were told that the area structure plan provides us with the opportunity to have discussions with the city, but we believe it would have been nice if our landlord had contacted us before the project was started, before the terms of reference for this plan were written, and before the consultant was hired. We first became aware of this project last April when we were contacted by a consultant who wanted to visit the range for the purpose of conducting an environmental assessment. Fourthly, we remain concerned about our lease. The policy overlay will be reviewed every 5 years. We were told that our lease likely would not be renewed for more than 5 years at a time. More recently, a separate document, namely the public and engagement summary, includes some soothing assurances about how the city will have fulsome conversations with the clubs in the future. It indicates that the lands occupied by the clubs will likely not be needed for more than 20 to 25 years. The engagement summary promises to ensure that the clubs are well-informed moving forward. The word ensure is reassuring in strong language. It implies a guarantee. But these assurances are contained in a separate document. It would be far too easy to overlook these commitments in the future since they are not part of the ASP. A question. If the lands are not needed for some 20 to 25 years, why couldn't the leases be renewed for a period of at least 15 to 20 years? And why couldn't the lease boundaries be adjusted slightly? Why is this prohibited in this plan? Fifthly, as noted in item 5 of our submission, we are disappointed that the process for preparing this plan is not consistent with fulsome conversations as described in the engagement summary. For example, after the initial meeting with the project team last July, we sent a follow-up letter. We received a response stating that the concerns about relocation of the club would be dealt with separately through the Public Services Branch and likely the Parks Department. We wrote 2 more letters, but did not receive any acknowledgement or a response. We eventually contacted the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Department, who had no knowledge of this matter. A recurring question is whether an ASP was really needed to plan for an industrial development at this location. The lands currently are zoned for industrial development. 5 industrial facilities and 5 outdoor recreational facilities were able to locate in or adjoining the area without an ASP. The plan proposes light industrial, flex industrial, and heavy industrial development in this area. But this begs the question, if more land is needed for heavy industrial development, why couldn't the light industrial and some of the flex industrial development be accommodated elsewhere in the city? We expected that the Alberta Energy Regulator's setbacks would be included in the plan, but they were not included. The tendency to keep things under the hood rarely promotes authentic and meaningful public consultation. We would prefer the lands used by the club revert to a direct control zoning in the land use bylaw or some type of recreational district. As noted in our submission and previous letters, we believe there are a number of benefits of keeping the club in its current location, including but not limited to safety and economic benefits. We are concerned that these benefits have been overlooked. A short-term lease may result in the club's demise. On a final note, we wish to recognize and sincerely thank Councillors Dumanowski, Hirsch, and McGrogan. We posed a number of questions to the council candidates prior to the last election, and these 3 councillors responded. Thank you, Your Worship. That concludes my presentation.
Mr. Toth?
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm the president of the Medicine Hat Drag Racing. Just a little bit of history. We were the first group out there. It's been 30 years. We have our 30th anniversary this year. And I do recall we were told that they were putting everybody out there because we'd never have to be moved again because it's way out in the north of the city. And here we are 30 years later, and we're in this predicament we're in. By no means do we even agree with this ASP plan, because who would want to give up their business to somebody else to open up a business? Makes no sense, right? As I looked at the thing, I see the rail line that they have in there, how it circles around, then it goes north, and then it heads straight west, right up our drag strip. That rail line is scheduled to go straight up our drag strip and end up where? Who knows where it's going to end up there, I guess at North Boundary Road. I guess I do have a question. It's like, or not, it's a question, but we all see carbon capture is becoming big. I see the cities looking into carbon capture. CF, Methanex, in the next 10 years, they all need to do carbon capture. They're not going to have a business probably anymore. Doing some investigating, I see that everything's going to be headed off up by Methanex. And where's it going? I've been reading that they're looking for land to start drilling to find the caverns to do the carbon capture. I've also seen hints that it could be up along where the drag strip is. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's very concerning. How are we supposed to move forward, keep doing improvements when we don't know if we're going to be there next year, the year after? How do you get people to invest in your racetrack, your facilities, when they don't know if they're even going to, if they're getting a payback on their investment? It says 20 years. Well, I'll tell you what, if a big industry came in there with money, they would buy the land that they wanted there, and you guys all know that would happen. They're not going to go to stage 1, 2, or 3. They can move right into 4 if they wanted to, because money talks, and so does tax money. So that's a very big concern for us. I mean, how do we keep moving forward when we don't know from year to year if we're even going to be there or not? We review it every 5 years. What does 5 years give you? That gives you nothing. You can't even put a game plan together to resurface a racetrack for 5 years and get 2 years out of it when it could be gone. And that's not cheap. And I mean, it's probably $10 million to replace the racetrack out there right now, because we have the biggest land, the biggest area. You know, we're all nonprofit organizations. We rely on sponsors to help us. Tourism, we bring lots of tourism. Street racing, you get rid of a racetrack, now you got street racing. Where's your street racing going to happen? It's going to go right back onto 23rd Street where we raced before we moved out there, right? We offer multiple youth programs to teach kids how to drive and race. I guess we're just all concerned because we don't see a future for investing anything out there, how we move forward, how we keep resurfacing our facilities when we don't know if we're going to be there in 3 to 5 years. It's pretty tough to do business when you don't know if your business is going to be there in 3 to 5 years. so it's zoned heavy industrial. So we're zoned on a heavy industrial facility. How many people are we allowed to put on a heavy industrial facility out there? Is there going to be a number of people we're allowed to put out there after that? Nobody knows. You know, we're going to be able to put 1,000 people out there for spectators, and it's a heavy zone. We don't even know that. Sometimes I wonder if we're even getting full disclosure about all the stuff that could be happening out there. You know, is CP Rail going to move out there next and get rid of downtown? Are they going to do the carbon capture out there on the land out there? It's hard to believe we got full disclosure of all the truth that's coming out, or are we getting all the truth? We all do an economic impact in the city too. We all bring people in from out of town. They do restaurants, gas stations. You know, a lot of our racers support small businesses in the city with parts and so forth. We really just need some closure in this. I like Mrs. Sharp's motto about how about just taking Zone 4 right out of there. We actually brought that up when we were having meetings with the Invest in Medicine Hat group, and it was just pushed to the side. You know, I mean, if it's 25 years, why does it need to even be in the plan? It makes no sense. It could be a long ways away. That's all I got for now. Thank you, guys.
Okay, I have some questions. Okay, so can I just refer to admin the question about the rail line, what that plan is? Because yep. Mr. Arthur is coming down.
Through your worship, if you wouldn't mind asking specifically which question about the rail line?
Well, Mr. Tom indicated that it looks like in the ASP, the rail line is going right down their drag strip, so that would seem to be maybe a nearer term item, but I just want to understand that better.
Absolutely. Sorry, through the chair. So the potential rail concept shows a preferred alignment for the overall plan area, and it follows the same phasing protocols as every other form of development that would occur throughout the area structure plan. So as noted in the particular section about which applications are permitted while the policy review is in effect, no development of the rail could occur while the policy review overlay is in effect. So that would have to be lifted in order for any rail infrastructure to be planned or approved in that area, like long before it's even built. The sections in Phase 4 represent highly aspirational, long-term connection potential. These are seen as potential linkages that could connect with adjacent municipalities and provide additional rail service to industrial areas in Redcliffe and Cypress County, or facilitate future, apologies, what's the word I'm looking for? Annexation opportunities if it's in the interest in Redcliffe and Medicine Hat to service future industrial in that area. We did engage with Redcliffe to discuss that potential rail connection option as well as Cypress County, and everybody at the table recognizes that it is a significant intermunicipal and multi-jurisdictional exercise that would have to involve Alberta Transportation, CP Rail, Cypress County, Redcliffe, and Medicine Hat. Long-term aspirational being the key. Those objectives and kind of the benefits of that long-term connection are outlined in the rail section in terms of the perceived benefits, and then there's a constraint section that go along with it. So the connections that venture into adjacent municipalities are highly aspirational in nature, and any extension of a potential rail line, should it be built, that goes into Phase 4, would still be subject to the same policies in the policy review overlay. So in the case that a rail line is proposed, if the drag strip is still in operation, there's likely zero opportunity for that rail line to actually be integrated without much further drastic actions being taken. So that should not be perceived as a short-term concern, and the plan tries to speak to that long-term element specifically for that.
Thank you. There was a question too about the Alberta regulators setbacks not being included. Can you comment on that at all?
Through the chair, there's a lot of challenges identifying specific industrial setbacks prior to any specific industry making themselves known. Many setbacks are industry recommended and few are mandated. Many of the mandates come from AER directives that speak to specific oil and gas type operations that provide prescribed setbacks based on their current level of operation, as well as sour gas output. We actually consulted with environmental scientists in our own office out of Calgary who deal with heavy industrial operators and asked them for any type of information they could provide us in terms of a generalized playbook for how setbacks are applied to certain types of industry. And the fact of the matter is there are none until you know the specific scale, type, and type of materials and everything that a specific type of industry is dealing with. So even when one company that does the exact same thing as another could have 50-meter setback requirements, there could be technological interventions to limit nuisance factors that allow the exact same building that does the exact same thing to have a reduced setback based on what type of mitigation measures they put in place. So it's highly variable and highly dependent on specific activities that an industry is proposing. Therefore, we were unable to come up with anything that at any level of confidence that would outline particular setbacks within the area structure plan.
So that would happen at the development permit stage?
Through the chair, it would happen earlier than that if there were multiple facilities proposed that required subdivision as part of an outline plan. However, if it's for a large parcel that did not require subdivision or specific outlines for an outline plan, that would happen at development permit stage, correct?
I'm not sure that we're far enough along on anything with the, there was a concern about CCUS impacts.
Through the chair, if Managing Director Maines is on the line, he'd be best to be able to speak to that.
Yes, good evening, and Your Worship and audience. At this point, the plans for the CCUS have not been finalized, and they will not be for quite a period of time. It is expected, however, that the CCUS surface facilities would not be proximal to the area under discussion tonight. In all likelihood, they will, the injector wells and the actual injector or the compressor and injector facilities themselves will likely be further north than the areas under discussion tonight and push further into the county. Thank you.
Are there any other questions at this time? Councillor Hirsch?
Thanks. So in the original iteration of phase 1, 2, 3, is the rail line a pertinent piece for that development as far as showcasing, or is that, when you talk about that proposed rail line, is that later consideration, or are you thinking that that's part of the earlier phases?
Through the chair to Councillor Hirsch, reservation of the right-of-way and protection of a future rail corridor is a priority of the initial phase of development. However, it's not anticipated that rail is required until an identified heavy industrial user is able to actually take advantage of it. So detailed design and planning is not going to occur until phase 2 or 3 related to potential heavy industrial users, and at which time any rail connection would be staged in conjunction with CF and Methanex to ensure that any impacts to their existing spur line operations are mitigated.
So we could register a right-of-way, et cetera, make notice, something like that going forward to reserve that tract, if we will, but yet not impact for yet maybe the foreseeable future, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Hirsch, that's absolutely correct. So right-of-way would be reserved and registered on title and surveyed for future rail implementation, but the rail doesn't necessarily have to be implemented on day one.
Thank you.
Mr. Payne was up next, or Mr. Stantec, sorry.
Good evening. My name's Aaron Steinke. I'm with the Medicine Hat Drag Racing Association. First off, I didn't really plan to speak, so I've just kind of been making notes as we went here tonight, so bear with me. But the first thing is that I think that it's pretty unfortunate that we had to vote for or against, because I don't think that anybody here is against development of the city. And I think that it's pretty unfortunate that this whole situation has made us choose either promote the city or promote ourselves, and we actually want to do both. What this plan is doing, and the position that we're being put in, is to decide. And I think that it's really unfortunate that that's the decision that we have in front of us. Don't let the city grow or die. And being that the arts group is here, they've kind of got me into my inner feelings. And so I want you guys to, for a minute, bear with me. Now you can all keep your eyes open, but I want you to understand that as a representative of the city, part of your wage is that when you retire or get voted out, you get to live in a certain area in the city. The city is going to give you the land, and all you have to do is rent it from them. And you can build your nice, beautiful dream home, your family home. You can build a yard, a fence, do the front driveway. You can put all kinds of time and money and heart into your piece of property that you got to rent. And then somebody comes along and says, we actually want to take it away from you. That's what you guys are doing, or that's what this plan is doing, is taking away all of the investment and time and money and sweat and tears and volunteers upon volunteers upon volunteers worth of time and sponsorship. And you guys, or this plan, is saying, we're not really that interested in considering that. In fact, if you remember, the ASP people were talking, told Councillor Sharps that when she asked the question, what is the option to work around these areas? We didn't think of that. We actually, the only option we thought of is to plow right through what you guys have. That's what we thought about. And I'll get to more of that in a minute. But that's what is basically going on here. And we are 100% underrepresented. We have people that make a living, in fact, hired with degrees to put together, as somebody mentioned, 5 inches worth of documentation. These are professionals that are here to present their agenda to you guys, and we are completely underrepresented because we're just a bunch of people that like to go and have fun in an area that the city has designated for us to have fun in. Where's our lawyer? Where's our representation? We don't have it. And the people speaking on behalf of the ASCP or ASP have zero of our interests at heart. Please, for any questions that you have that might impact us, don't ask them. They told you they didn't even think of another way to possibly look at making this happen. It's laughable because it's ridiculous. Now, we can sit here and ask, like, if I wanted to blow smoke over your eyes, which I'm not because I'm speaking to you guys, but if I wanted to not speak to you and just kind of like throw some stuff underneath that you didn't really think about, I just sit here and talk about all the details of all the things that we're going to do in 75% in phase 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and like all these magical things that may or may not happen and interpretations and possibilities. And you know what I'd forget to tell you? The details. So here we sit and talk about phase 1 and like, don't ever repeat, if you want to be honest about a situation, how many years it could be. What? Not one of us here knows what we don't know. And that is a lesson that everybody should think about in life, period. You don't know what you don't know. And you know what it takes? One company to go, we want to do this. Done. We don't have money. Money. The rest is history. So don't tell me about 20 years or 5 years. The end of the day is we're all dying when you guys or whoever the next group is pulls the pin. It is so disingenuous. The whole proposal is a joke. So look at the plan that has phase 1, 2, 3, and 4 on it with the rail network in there. Tell me what is on that plan that isn't there today besides a rail network and 3 ponds? Nothing. Everything that is there, or there is anything that is on there is already there. There is no future or potential anything. There's not a building, there's not a road, there's nothing. There's a rail network and there's 3 ponds. So we're being told that this is like, you're only gonna die in like 20, 25 years maybe. But there's a rail network on the plan. Is it only a quite ironic surprise to me, or do other people see that this elephant in the room of a rail network, probably worth $10 to $15 million, is already on the plan? Actually, it's not just me. They had it in their plan, on their presentation. It was one sentence, not very long, that said something to the effect of interest in the industry for rail. That was in their plan. We just brushed over that one really quick, but then we got into like all the phase 1 and the phase 2 and the phase 4. So it is in there. So there's interest. They said it themselves in their presentation, and the rail network is actually on the plan. And then we're going to pretend that we didn't see any of that and talk about phase 4 being 20 years down the road? All it takes is CF or Methanex or a combination of those two to get together and say, guess what? We want a rail network tomorrow. And boom, phase 4 is in effect. So we just sat here for like 2 hours talking about all of this stuff that is pointless. It's just complete fluff. It's just to pull the wool over everybody's eyes and distract us from what we're really considering. And that's us coming and bulldozing your home that on the land that the city allowed you to rent. That's all we're doing. So you don't know that the bulldozers are on their way to your house that you invested your time and money in. We're going to talk about phase 1 and phase 2 and phase 3 and phase 4. They said it themselves, there's interest, and the rail network is on the plan. Tell me why we are not talking about that, and we're allowing them to spin it in a political way with degrees, and the people here are paid. The people on that ASP are paid to be here. They have a purpose, and they're working for somebody. They have a job to do, and their job is not in our interest. Not one person here. Ask yourself why we're talking about 20 years down the road when they said there's interest and the rail network is on the plan. And why is that important? Because it goes right through the middle of our drag strip. So it's very frustrating to listen to that. To summarize, I want you guys to know one other thing, or remind you of one other thing. We are a nonprofit group that is different from virtually every other single nonprofit group in the city. And I mean we as in everybody here. The city doesn't give us anything for value in dollars. They don't pay for us to build anything. They don't build anything for us. They don't invest any money in us. We invest in the city. We bring tourism to the city. So as we're promoting tourism, we're killing the people that bring tourism. And on top of that, the city does give us the land, which is nice, and it is at a pretty good rate as far as as rent goes. But every other, whether it's a ball diamond or the rodeo grounds or any other golf courses or all of those extracurricular activities, that costs the city money. We pay our way. So now not only have we paid our way and the city hasn't put the funds into our establishments, but now they're basically saying, we're going to approve this and we're going to run that rail line right through you and you're done. And then where's the incentive for us? Are you guys going to pay to help us move? Are you going to donate equipment to help us move? Like, maybe that is an option. But nobody's talking to us about that. We just get to vote, are you for building the city or for dying? It's not very right. And anyway, I think that this would be a lot different if we were talking about like demolishing the rodeo grounds or demolishing the ball diamonds or the curling rinks or the skating rinks. I think the conversation would be different. But we're kind of like, you know, the outcasts out there that just kind of pay our way, and I don't think that we're being very well represented. So thank you all for your time.
I actually have a question. You're getting a standing ovation. You should turn around.
I can't hear you.
I just wanted you to notice that you were getting a standing ovation.
Oh, thanks. Was your question for me or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I initially thought about it when Mr. Tom was speaking, but I think you can answer it. So I appreciate very deeply the challenge of having to determine whether, you know, we're going to develop, and then that's going to have consequences for people potentially in the longer term. Both of you noted that money talks, and if industry wanted a rail line, if industry wanted to go wherever, we would do it. Why do you feel like you're in a worse position with the ASP than you are now with the policy overlay in place?
Well, I think that the pro doesn't do anything for us, honestly. And another thing is they asked if that area is mostly occupied or not, and it is. The pro is mostly occupied. So, but I don't think the pro does anything other than just make it look like they've done something for us, but they haven't done anything for us. I really just feel like if this gets put forward, we are in a worse position because then there is a plan in place. I guess we've kind of just been like hoping that, you know, the city would do the right thing and not like annex us. But when you look at that with a rail line on there, I mean, that's why I'm here, because I look at that plan and I see a rail line there. That doesn't just miraculously get put on there. And I don't care what anybody says. People invest their time to put things like that in there, and that isn't cheap to do it. And I don't think it just all of a sudden like just plotted itself on there just because maybe something might happen down the road. There's nothing else on the plan that shows maybe something might happen down the road. So what I think is that if this gets put through, I see that there's a rail line going through our racetrack, and I don't think it's that far away. Our death is what I mean. The other thing is that I guess I should just say that I think that whole area should be developed, but leave us out of it. Like completely just take us, actually rezone us recreation. That's, I think, what I would say, if I can speak on behalf of some people. Just zone us recreation, like, and develop the rest of the area. You know, make the rail line go around the other way, you know? Like, what's it gonna cost us to all rebuild? Well, let industry pay for it. All of a sudden, we care more about what it's gonna cost Methanex and, you know, maybe CF versus, you know, the impact of us dying, you know? So it's a $15 million railway, and now it's 20. Who cares? Nobody cares. Like, we don't care. The people at the leisure center don't care. The rodeo grounds, they don't care. You know, everybody just wants kind of what we have. We're not asking for anything else. And if it costs industry $5 million more, that wouldn't be the first time industry has had to work around something so they don't kill somebody.
Okay, so I will let you go. But I am gonna keep asking the question of why is it worse off?
Because, like I said, when I look at that plan, if this gets passed, there is a rail network on the plan that goes right through our property. If that happens, we're gone. Like, we're done.
Yeah.
Like, we can't race over a racetrack, and I don't think they're gonna, I know what's gonna happen. Okay, so this is what's gonna happen. In 3 years, when our lease is up, they don't redo it. Boom, rail line, we're done. That's why. It's there, it's on paper, like it's right in front of us. There is phase 1, 2, 3, 4, and a rail network, and in their presentation, they said that they have interest for a rail network. Like, it's right there. I mean, I'm not saying this in a rude way, but like, I can't believe we're not like really focusing on the fact that there's a rail line on there and this is not 20 years from now. If it gets put through, I feel that this has all been put in place or brought up because of the rail line, likely. Maybe the rail line has caused the rezoning of all of this stuff. Like, that is a possibility. I can't say for sure, but realistically, it's the only thing on the plan. So if they had a water tower on there, I'd say, I think they wanted to build a water tower and had to rezone it. Like, you know, it's kind of like the first building that ends up in a part, like on the 120. They're like, oh, there's John Deere going in there. Now I know why they made that commercial. Like, you know what I mean?
Yes, I do. Okay, I appreciate your time and
Did I answer the question?
you gave an answer to the question. But I am going to further contemplate, and I believe we can ask anyone a question that's spoken at any time. Okay.
And I'll just, if I can, sorry. I guess when there's no plan in place, you're just hopeful that you're not going to be removed. But when there is a plan in place with a rail system and interest from the industry that goes right through your property, the writing's on the wall that when this plan gets put through, we don't get our license or our lease renewed, and we are gone because the writing's on the wall. Is there no plan in place? Well, then you can just hope that you'll be there and that the city will renew our lease just like they have every time before. I think I did better that time.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I think it's Ms. Kay next, actually.
Hi, Scott Payne from the Messnat Rifle Revolver Club. Is it possible to get the slide that Mr. Parkinson had up, put back up?
Yep.
So I'd first off like to reiterate Victoria Krzan. Thank you, Mr. Dumanowski, Mr. Hirsch, Councillor McGrogan, for answering the Messnat Rifle Revolver Club survey. And thank you to your worship for phoning me back during the campaign to answer those questions as well. All of you were very favorable to the Rifle Revolver Club as well as to the surrounding clubs that have similar interests as well. So thank you for that. I would like to thank the Northwest councillors for asking some very difficult questions tonight. Thank you for that. Councillor Sharps, asking the most obvious question of why can't phase 4 be cut out and left out? And that's, sometimes it's the most obvious thing, it's the big elephant in the room, and thank you for asking that question. I used to work at Methanex, so I'm very in favor of heavy industry, especially for younger people climbing up and down the stairs and going up the towers. It's great for the city. We need jobs, so we need new opportunities for people. I don't think that's mutually exclusive development and maintaining these groups. I just asked if you look at the slide and then look at the people that are here and then the other 60% that left, and then just think that they are actually just the little pinky finger of the big hand of everybody in a club. Because it's always the 1%, 2%, 5% that do all the work in the clubs, and you're here tonight. You've got your families that you brought out to the clubs. Look at all the tracks for the motocross and speedway, the rifle range. Imagine how many shovel hours were put in, how much sweat equity. We had an excellent presentation from the visual arts group. So please visualize that, visualize these people, visualize their families being out there. Huge part of our culture and history in Medicine Hat. We've been talking about our recreation facilities, keeping certain hockey rinks open and pools and things like that. All very valuable. Bunch of that is paid for by the city, right? And as was the previous speakers spoke, these are paid for by the clubs through hard work, fundraising, donations, dues, whatever, what have you. I think council, and it happens at all organizations, the leadership rely on the staff to bring forward a good product. The staff brought forward a product, but it was missing that option that Councillor Sharps pointed out, to leave that group out. As for your question to the previous speaker, why that pro concerns him, is yes, now there's a plan. Phase 4, it's something that can happen and likely to happen if the good offer comes in. Governments are very famous for kicking the can down the road, whether it's balancing the books or whatever it is, right? And I'm not saying this government in particular, but governments throughout history. If this council votes this in, this bylaw, you're effectively kicking the problem of these community members who put so much effort into it down the road for a future council to possibly force them out or continue to give that uncertainty so that they don't invest and continue to invest in the community. So I would challenge those who answered favorably to the Medicine Hat Rifle Revolver Club and to Councillor Sharps with your wise questions tonight, to carry on that support, keep the eyes open, look at what everybody's done, look at all these people, and they're just a small fragment of the people that have been out there, and vote knowing that. Thank you very much.
Oh, hold on. Okay, I'm still not quite understanding why you're in a worse position. So I think everyone on this council very much values the recreational services that are provided by the clubs and the volunteers. And like you said, they service so many people in our community, and they provide added types of activity that we wouldn't, necessarily invest in as a city. So right now we're under a lease situation, and you are zoned industrial. Why is it worse that council has to make the decision on all of these things going forward? Why is that a worse situation than just being in a lease position with the city?
Well, others can speak to why it's worse. I'm just here for today. If you put this forward, the pro, it really doesn't provide any certainty because the pro can be changed. It can be basically voted out by a future council. Ultimately, what I'm saying is give these groups the certainty. You heard the Medicine Hat Rifle Revolver Club said that, hey, we got money, we'll buy it. I'm sure the other clubs, if they had that option, would work towards that as well. But you have an opportunity to provide the certainty. Unfortunately, councils always have to live with the mistakes of previous councils, and you have to try and fix them or mitigate them as much as possible. I would say that there's been mistakes either by previous councils or certainly by departments of the city, because, yeah, I worked at Methanex, and I've been out there many times, certainly with the Rifle Revolver Club, and I can see potential out there. And, yeah, I wonder why all these groups were allowed to go out there with handshakes and, 20 years before you actually get the proper permits and all that stuff. It was the Wild West. You've been given a problem. I think you have an opportunity to fix it long term and to satisfy a lot of citizens here that, have a great deal of investment here. Putting forward this development plan, it's basically saying, yes, we want to develop that phase 4. We do at some point, possibly, if somebody wants it. But if nobody wants it, you guys can stay. It doesn't really help the clubs long term putting this in. In fact, as he spoke before about the rail lines, those things don't just happen. I mean, you look at Edmonton Municipal Airport. What was happening? The LRT. Everybody knew it was coming through. Everybody can see what's coming through. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but you have an opportunity to make a decision that's going to affect these people. If you can not kick the can down the road, if you can take phase 4 out, you'll have lots of happy voters. You'll have lots of happy citizens. You'll have lots of definite long-term sustainability and the ability for these clubs to continue to invest. Because if they have to start looking to signing 1 and 2 and 3 or 5-year leases or whatever, knowing that phase 4 is part of the bylaw, then they have to start making difficult decisions. And maybe they have to shut down or leave or whatever. It's, all I'm saying is you have an opportunity to fix long-term mistakes, and you can give these people some certainty. And the pro doesn't do that. Because you can change it. It's not like a part of the Constitution that it's almost impossible to change. The next city council can change it through another bylaw, right?
Yep, but a lease isn't that certain either.
No, and like I said, Medicine Hat Rifle Revolver Club just kind of made an offer to buy tonight. And I think these other clubs, if they had that opportunity, that certainty, maybe they'd want to do it too.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Knodel?
I'm curious, do you know what the legal requirements are for the Rifle and Revolver Club to be far, like how far away from us normal,
I would
not
defer
normal
to
people,
the
that didn't
to
come out
Mr.
right.
Parkinson on his
The
wisdom.
businesses, sorry, go ahead.
I would defer to Mr. Parkinson. He is the sage on templates and bylaws that would affect it.
Medicine Hat Rifle and Revolver Club's template through the Chief Firearms Office for the Canadian Firearms Program, which is federally administered. We can only fire north. The range is licensed for our largest caliber 338 Lapua, which has a template of 2.5 kilometers, which again is why we're located south of private land that has been told will not be developed, so we won't have to worry about losing our template.
Thank you. So, oh no, I think it's gone.
It's been that kind of a day, take my word for it.
Yeah, it's just late. So, okay. I'm gonna just move on. It's just gone.
Okay, can I give you my business card, and when you remember, give me a call?
Karina Kay is next, please.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. And first of all, I would like to thank everyone for taking the time, and everyone's opinion in my mind counts. And I've heard a lot of positive feedback and some negative feedback. So after listening to everyone's, your proposals and everything and what you want to propose, I will agree with Councillor Sharps that, yeah, phase 4, protect the clubs. The reason why I'm saying protect the clubs, and I want this a permanent thing, is you've said something, invest in Medicine Hat. You see all these people up here? They're your investments. These people have spent money day in, day out. Any of these clubs, anytime they have, let's say, an invitational host for a drag racing, or, there's something going on at the gun club or the motocross, there's people coming in from all over Alberta. Ooh, Alberta. People come in from Saskatchewan. Sometimes people come in from BC. Those people come in. They buy hotel rooms, restaurants. And if you're from Saskatchewan or BC, let's be honest, you're going to go shopping here because there's no PST. Okay, so that's something. We have a Costco. Does it help Medicine Hat? Yes and no. Depends what you're into. But the thing is, they're going to the restaurants here. Oh, did I forget the local drinking watering holes? Not endorsing alcohol consumption, just for the record. So these people are coming in. So all these people that are coming in for whatever events that each club is hosting, did you know some of them, they come in and they go drive around Medicine Hat, they'll go through downtown, look at City Hall, check out the trails, go to, Kincooley, whatever. Oh, hey, we actually like Medicine Hat here. We might move here. Oh, so that one person or that one family that's come in as a tourist person said, you know what, maybe we're going to move here. And not everyone who moves here is going to work for someone. Oh, they might have a business that they want to open up. Oh, I heard tax dollars. I heard investments in Medicine Hat. Okay, so we'll say person A, because I got to quit using the name I've always used for these years because someone's going to be called that. So they come in, let's say they come in for an invitational out at the track. And I'm going to use the word invitational, that way I'm not picking on any tracks. And they come down and, oh, let's say they own, you know, that very large building that's could be a greenhouse that isn't operational. Let's say someone comes in and they have a few extra dollars kicking around, and I have clients that do have a few dollars kicking around. You know what, I like that. You know what, I think I'm going to move my business here. So it's the catalyst effect, it's the domino effect. And that's why, you know, so there's that as an example. So anytime any of these groups have anything going out on their tracks, it's just not for the residents of Medicine Hat or Brooks or Maple Creek or Bow Island. It's people that come in from Edmonton, BC, Saskatoon, Regina, Swift Current. Oh, sorry, used to live there. So there's people that are coming in. Word of mouth is your best form of advertising. And, you know, hey, we like Medicine Hat, you know, pretty awesome place. Hey, they got too much sun, but hey, everyone has air conditioning here. That's a must for this city. We get less snow. So little things like that, that will help entice everything. If you could be willing to pull off phase 4, that would be a great help to all of us clubs. There's also another thing. Okay, at one time we were all a little bit younger than what we are now. Well, not that any of us are old. So think back, what are the fun things that you used to do as a kid? For me, I've always loved race cars. You know, depending what type, I love race cars. That's the me thing. What did you do with your mom and dad or your cousins or your uncles or your grandmas and grandpas? You probably went somewhere with them. Those are your memories that no one can take away. So you look at all these people here, there's younger people, older people, grandmas, grandpas, people that may never have children, you never know. You look at them, where are their memories going to come from? Sure, you can bring in these big industrial businesses, 1,900 jobs, you know, everything's awesome, great. But if you've got nothing for these people to do at the end of the day, that 1,900 people, they're going to go spend their money in Lethbridge, Calgary, Edmonton, Red Deer. So the money's not coming here. Oh yeah, so they'll buy a house. Maybe they'll just rent. You know, so let everyone continue to make their memories. Pull off phase 4. Phase 4 really needs to go, and thank you, Councillor Sharps. That was a fabulous idea. I thought it was kudos. Let's make memories as a new council. And just for the record, yes, I do run the safety program at Medicine Hat Speedway. Female. Sorry. Look at these.
Thank you very
I
much.
had to do it, sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, God. Sorry.
Are there any questions? No, thank you very much.
I know most of the people. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Mr. Stephen Van Eep. Can you just spell your last name for me for the record, please? Thank you.
It's VANIEPEREN. Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. Everybody here, thanks for coming out. It's good to see that we're all well represented. Heard a lot of good speeches and good talks here tonight. One of the words you hear a lot tonight is community. And that's what we are. You guys, these guys, friends, neighbors, we all live here. Most of us work here, or we're retired from working here. We've raised families here. It's a nice little community. And we got 5 incredible facilities out there that most of these people have some sort of dealings with. And they put a lot of their hard work and effort into it, into developing what it is. And mostly through funding of their own, not from the city, but they've gone out and beat the bushes, got the money together, scraped, scrimped, put the sweat into it, and built this. And now we're afraid. We're afraid that we're going to lose it. And that's what concerns me. I'm getting kind of up in years and long in the tooth. But I got 2 daughters that I raised here, and I want them to be able to use these facilities that we have, and for the people of the community to use these facilities that we have when we're long gone. It's, and Madam Mayor and councilors, you are the keepers of the kingdom. These 5 jewels that we have out here, you have to protect them and watch over them and keep them safe. Because a community isn't just about bringing new industry in, and I'm not against bringing new industry in, but there has to be a balance. And I think if we work together, and one of my concerns is that the groups that are represented here aren't being fully kept in the loop and told what the plan is or what's really going on. And so we've got I feel a sense of, a little bit of sense of distrust or from not knowing. And maybe if there was some more openness and communication, maybe that would go away. But we got to keep these places. I'd like to see this myself as a zoned recreational and have these facilities protected for the enjoyment of the community for years to come. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Robbins.
Oh,
Hold
Mr.
it.
Van Ipperen, you thought you could get away from me, but you can't. I just want to know, you mentioned all clubs, but you didn't say which one one or ones you are most connected to and what brought you here today.
I go to the drag strip for enjoyment to watch, and I shoot out at the Rifle and Revolver Club.
Okay, thank you very
And
much.
I also get to enjoy watching the radio-controlled flying planes flying over us while we're shooting.
Okay.
But
not at them.
the planes do not get shot.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Councillor Knodel. Councillor Van Dyke.
Oh, no. Can I, my question? Oh.
Sorry, did Councillor Knodel have a question for the previous speaker?
Yes.
Sorry,
Did you?
Then go ahead, because mine is not for
My
the speaker.
question can be for anyone. I didn't realize that I was doing the wrong thing. That is all. I will go after you. Oh yeah, I am after you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm just wondering if, sorry, I'm just checking names here because I'm not good with them. If Nathan Arthur and Marcus Patterson could maybe clarify the spur lines and rail lines and the development, because I think there might be some confusion about that the entire rail line would go in with the beginning development. But my understanding is that that would go in, that final piece would only go in with the final phase, and that the previous 3 phases would be developed with spur lines without the tracks being extended that far. But I could be wrong.
Through the chair, to respond to that question, I'd go back to the nature of what an area structure plan is. The nature of an area structure plan is what Nathan had mentioned before. An area structure plan is aspirational. So we're looking at things in a longer term time frame. We're putting things in a plan with conditions of an aspirational nature. So putting something conceptually on a map does not mean that it's going to happen tomorrow. It means that what we're doing is we're making planning decisions in a view towards the future to consider what that could look like. So in terms of the specific timing, it's something that could happen in the future. It's something that would have to happen with significant consultation, and it is something that would have to happen later in those phases in terms of that build out. So when we're looking at the specific timeline, it would be longer term, and there could be phases that would go before something like that could even be envisioned.
If I could. I guess I'm just looking for assurance for the group here that any rail lines built for needs in the first 3 phases would remain in the first 3 phases. That there wouldn't, the 4th phase rail line would not be put in until 4th phase development.
Right, so the protection of what you're asking for is provided by provisions of that policy review overlay. So without the policy review overlay in place today, conversations could happen theoretically at any point in time. The policy review area ensures that any of those clubs that are part of the policy review overlay area would be part of that conversation. So the provisions and the protections that the clubs, I think, are seeking here are provided by that policy review area. So with respect to 1, 2, and 3 happening, it would be a question of, are those decisions happening in there actually going to impact what's happening within the policy review area? So if it's something that's adjacent to or would impact, that would trigger the conditions of the policy review area to make sure that they're part of that conversation. If it was something that was much further south and well outside of that policy review area, that wouldn't be something that would trigger those conversations. So it's a question of the proximity and the locations in terms of that condition.
Through the chair to Councillor Van Dyke, just having been involved throughout the project from the onset, we worked with our transportation engineers at Stantec who specialize in rail alignment and rail design. The rail conceptual rail alignment before you within the area structure plan is designed so that it can be staged over time and only partial components built to service phases that need it in the short, medium, or long term. The rail line, as it's conceptualized, can be operational with only portions of it built at one time. The reason the entirety of the network is illustrated in the area structure plan is to demonstrate long-term aspirational, as Marcus mentioned, high-level connections to greater areas and how that extends to further regions of Medicine Hat or adjacent municipalities if the need calls for it. This rail concept, again, just to reiterate, can be built in stages to our understanding from transportation engineers who contributed to the project, and not all of it is required by any means to be enacted in phase 1, 2, 3, or 4. This can be built in pieces over time.
Councillor Knodel.
Sorry for the confusion. Thank you, Mayor Clark. My question now is likely for your team. So we learned from Mr. Parkinson that there's a 2.5 kilometer gap that has to exist between their, and I could be getting the details a little bit wrong, but between where they're shooting and the next possible thing. If, in theory, we nixed zone 4, phase 4, would that exist? Or would we be on the butt end of, like, would that window of 2.5 kilometers still exist? Or I think you understand what I'm saying? Okay.
Through the chair to Councillor Knodel, the area structure plan and its subsequent policies have no influence on the firearms club's operating parameters or the acceptable distances it must maintain from any other development. To Mr. Parkinson's point, the range currently fires to the north. So our understanding from from Medicine Hat Rifle and Revolver Club member explanations that have been provided would be that any impacts to lands north of the existing gun club would influence what they are able or not able to do operationally. So the area structure plan as proposed has zero impact on their operational requirements that are required by the federal authorities.
Councillor Sharps.
So, okay, I've got a question, but first I want to say to all the speakers, thank you very much for acknowledging that I said something, but let's be clear. I'm asking a lot of questions. I continuously say to this council, and I think I drive them to drink, I always say that being a business owner in town, it just leads to people reaching out to me and asking me questions and continuously emailing and texting me. And I tell them that and they think I'm nuts, but reality is what we saw here today was a repetition of what I've been saying. So it's not that I'm asking these questions because I'm uber smart. It's because somebody in the organization has reached out to me over the last little while and has forced me to think about this at an earlier time. So thank you, but not all me. So it's nice to see some names. I've actually never met any of you before, so I appreciate each and every one of you coming. So that wasn't my question, but my question is to you two. Mr. Hines made a comment earlier, and I think that's where I'm not finding his comment aligning with your answer. So if I could just get a little bit more clarity, and that is, I think what, and please, Mr. Hines, correct me if I'm wrong, but my question is this, or I think your question was this. If an industry came in and said, phase one's in there, but now we don't think phase four is coming in for 20 years, but they come in and say, you know what, we need all of this, or I just want this, but I absolutely will not come here unless there's a rail line right there. Okay, so now we're not getting into phase three, but they want that rail line in phase four. So if I understand his question is that PR, whatever it is, doesn't really protect them if a buyer comes in and says, no, we need that rail line in, even though we're in phase two. Correct or incorrect?
Through the chair to Councillor Sharps, that is incorrect. Any development that impacts any land in the northern two quarter sections of the plan area outlined by the PRO is required to go through every policy direction outlined in that section. All consultation, all decisions, all implementation of anything to do with future applications in that area must go through council if any piece of a proposed development impacts the PRO.
Okay, so it can be bypassed, it just goes through the steps, if I hear you correctly.
Through the chair to Councillor Sharps, it can't be bypassed, but it can be reviewed with council for potential amendments to accommodate a more holistic development. Yes.
So I think that's where their concern is that, again, please correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not trying to speak for you, I just want to make sure I understand this. So I think their concern is, even if it ends up in front of this council again, what's their protection that we're not just going to ramrod a rail line in front of them in 2 years?
Through the chair, I think one of the things I've heard consistently through the comments this evening is language around certainty, fear of losing what we have. And this is to answer your question in a very long-winded way. Removal of phase four as proposed essentially puts us in the position that we are in today. If we take out phase four, we are defaulting to the municipal development plan and the land uses that we already have in place. So if we take out phase four, those clubs have no additional protections. We would follow the land use bylaw and the industrial zoning that's in place right now. What adoption of the ASP does is it creates that policy review area, that overlay, and it forces essentially the planning process to come back to council at a series of trigger points to instill those protections and make sure those decisions go through council. So this notion of, taking out the lands and making sure that things just continue as they are, and is, I hate to break it down to this point, but continuing as is and hoping that things go away and don't happen is a little bit of an approach of burying your head in the sand, in the sense that we'll adopt essentially the existing land use bylaw and we'll take our chances and our risks with it, versus having the additional protections of the ASP in that policy review area. So it's a bit of a nuanced kind of place to play, but it's a question of what you have now versus what you gain in terms of having that ASP in place.
So further to that, so you're saying we either accept as is, this isn't one where we can say, I would support this bylaw with amendment as follows. Is that something that can be done? I'm asking the question because I don't know the answer.
Yeah, absolutely. I would then question, what are you hoping to achieve and what would that amendment look like? So I'll go back to that initial point of saying, if you were to either not approve the ASP, or if you were to remove the provisions of including essentially that phase four piece, we would default to the existing land use bylaw and the MDP that's in place right now, which does not in any statutory way enshrine the additional engagement that the policy review area provides by being in place. So we're not making the situation worse by adding the policy review area. We are in fact improving the statutory requirements for that engagement. By taking that phase four out, you're not solving what's happening with the leaseholder engagement issues. You're not solving the certainty that I think the clubs are looking for. And to quote one of the previous speakers, you are very effectively kicking the can further down the road because you're not addressing those additional policies for that engagement piece. So it is definitely something to consider. You could piece together those options, but I would go back to the root of the question of what really is the intent of that policy review area, and what do the options look like if you're starting to piecemeal take pieces out in terms of that longer term vision and protections that we're hoping to enshrine.
I have Councillor McGrogan on the list next. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think you just answered one of the questions that I had. I am really curious. I'm looking at the diagram on, I guess it's our page number 107. And it just, basically, it's just a diagram showing the different clubs out there. And it just, I know it would be complicated, and I guess I connect a little bit with some of what Mr. Stanke had to say around, you know, this is basically, it's leased land, and, you know, right now we don't have much control. I do agree that, you know, it's not, you know, you can kick me off any time kind of thing. I don't really look at it that way, but they see that train coming. And I just wonder if I'm looking at it, and I don't know how much money we've spent so far, probably a lot of money. I get that. And I do want to acknowledge that this is all for all of the citizens of Medicine, including the groups here. It's still, we're all citizens of this community. So that's, I think, why we're taking this so seriously. So what you're telling me is we can't make some arrangements with these clubs to give them more certainty in the future, but still move forward with some kind of a development plan in that area that would give them some certainty that they've got a future. Is there anything in the middle ground here that would allow that to happen, that that would give them, I guess, just more certainty?
Through the chair, so if I step back again and I go back to that ASP conversation and I start to sort of segment a couple of issues that are starting to weave together as we have our conversations this evening, we're talking about things that happen on a very specific parcel level, which is things like leasehold interests, ownership versus leased land. And then we have things that happen at a higher level, so the actual zoning of the property. And then we have things that happen beyond that. So we have the ASP, and further beyond that, we have the municipal development plan. So we have various levels in terms of what we're looking at. So to answer that question, at the level that we're working at right now, at the ASP level, we are looking to instill and put into that bylaw through that policy review overlay those specific conditions to have those additional conversations. You know, it would definitely be something that you could have a conversation with, and administration may like to comment on those other subsequent layers. And because the City of Medicine Hat is the landowner as well as the leaseholder, there are certainly things within that lease level that can be part of that conversation. But to look to an ASP and expect those detailed level of leasehold interest to be resolved at an ASP, that's not what an ASP does. So if we're focused on what we're doing at the ASP level, from where we are today to what the ASP does, is it does provide additional protections at that level, and certainly opens the door for additional conversations for those subsequent levels of planning to have those detailed conversations.
Thank you.
Councillor Hirsch?
Yeah, I won't attempt to belabor this at all. It is a very important decision. You know, the comment was made in terms of looking at ways that can satisfy. The reality is that these clubs has already indicated that they've been told, and I guess this is the form of my question, that any successive leases would be only 5 years. So I'm a banker. They build some kind of development there. It costs some money. The amortization or the length of that involvement would be, of a building, would say 20, etc. years. So I can feel their consternation saying, I just did this big investment, or do I? Because I've got this 5-year lease and who knows what's happening. So I guess my question might be to staff. Is it a possibility, and I think I know the answer, is effectively if we, and I'm thinking about you know, some sort of sellable solution, having some sort of comfort that the improvements that were made right now, and if we were to say is in a form of a commitment that we would maybe from there on in, because leases can get renegotiated, anyone sitting there, and I'm just throwing this out there, that we would start with a 20-year lease effective 2022, allows the effective use of those enhancements and improvements on those properties to be fully enjoyed and fully amortized and say utilized until such time that, I know it handcuffs us on the phase 4 and et cetera, but I'm just trying to throw a solution that might be viable for all. I don't know what that means. I'm actually thinking about maybe putting a tabling motion on this, because I really do feel like there's a litany of questions that, or potential options we can be looking at. So maybe your comments to that, and quite frankly, it might not be you as Stantec, it might be to staff in terms of, because I think there was a mention, I don't know which group indicated that, some staff member indicated that we can probably just do 5-year increments. For me, I'm with them, I just don't feel like that's tangible enough to do. Why would they invest if it's only for 5 years, anything of material?
Through the chair to Councillor Hirsch, that's a very valid question, and definitely something that came up through formalized engagement with the clubs and with Invest Medicine Hat as representatives throughout those sessions. We obviously cannot speak to anything with respect to lease conditions and things like that, but we can afford the opportunity for a representative of Invest Medicine Hat to come up and speak to that at a high level. But just as a kind of point to focus on the topic at hand, on the area structure plan, to Marcus's comments earlier, those are very minutia details that take place at the parcel level between landowner and leasee. Conditions can always be renegotiated, always discussed, terms always renewed, and how those work. Delaying any decision on this plan, however, to Marcus's earlier points about it just defaults to previous planning and leaves the door open for immediate redevelopment of an area that is designated as heavy industrial in the municipal development plan and enabled by a heavy industrial district through the land use bylaw. Leapfrogging would be more expedited in this area than it would be in the remainder of the area structure plan. So removing it, to Marcus's comments earlier, would leave it in a highly vulnerable position without those overarching statutory policy directions in place and council protections for decisions based on development that specifically influence the policy review overlay. So this can be used as a tool for continuing formalized long-term discussions with active leaseholders through the clubs, and term lengths discussed and everything that goes along with that. And we again tried to express to council tonight and through the engagement summary that we understand what these timelines imply for what they're able to do from a sponsorship and investment level. We appreciate the impacts those have. As leaseholders, I imagine that they undergo these kind of thought processes and everything like that as soon as there's 3 years, 2 years, 1 year remaining on their active leases with or without an area structure plan. So renewals can absolutely take place. And if you'd still like, we can certainly bring up a member of Invest Medicine Hat to come and speak to a potential plan forward, but that would be outside the context of what this plan is talking about.
I'd appreciate that, and I do understand, believe me, we're at the ASP. I know your jargon. Unfortunately, these people don't understand, because at the end of the day, they're just kind of looking for a signal tonight saying, where are we? And what are we gonna do? And I know at the ASP, I've kind of alliterated to that point already, that there's multiple challenges from multiple doors that can be opened from the ASP all the way down to the development permit on each and an identical application for any subject land. I get it. So there is doors that are opening, but we're here tonight, and I get it. So I would love that sort of feedback if Invest can maybe make comment on that.
And with respect to a potential tabling motion, that would take it to the next council meeting. We would have to hear all the speakers and close the public hearing.
Yes, that's why I didn't want to make it yet. Thank you.
Your Worship, point of process. I'm wondering if we should allow the members who are, or the community members who are here to speak in the statutory public hearing complete their statements, and then we can end that statutory hearing and then move to closing comments and maybe a tabling motion.
Okay, and Mr. Payne had a rebuttal as well. So should we finish off all the speakers? Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Patterson had quoted me about kicking it down the road, and he had made a comment that I don't think is particularly accurate, that all of the groups here want it to go back to no plan at all and just hope that everything goes well. There were options put forward tonight, like rezoning to recreation. There was options of selling it. So for the contractor here to essentially say that you can't change this, you know, if you take this part out, you know, it just doesn't work. You contracted, or Invest Medicine Hat contracted them for this parcel of land. Well, they could contract them for a smaller parcel of land as well. I ask you, I beg you, to look at these people and say, hey, you've had this problem for a long time, let's look at solving it, whether it's selling or whether it's rezoning and selling or whatever. But if you make a plan, and on that plan is that land for those groups to be sold and redeveloped into heavy industry, that is a target. That is the ideal thing of your plan, is that you sell it all, right? If you have a plan, ideally you sell it all. Am I wrong here? So that's what they see, is like your plan is to sell it all and redevelop it to industrial. So that's why, you know, they're now more concerned than they were before the ASP bylaw came out, because now there's a plan. There's no plan before, so you have to go to the next stage of developing an ASP. Well, the ASP is developed, you're about to vote on it. So of course they're more concerned than they were a while ago. Yes, they're out in the wilderness not knowing what's going to go on, but they knew that there were other stages that have to go. Well, we're at that critical stage. So I ask you to take the phase 4 part out. I ask you to consider selling and redistricting or rezoning to recreational, and give these people the peace of mind. And these clubs will probably flourish even more than they have now, because they'll have the, you know, basically the manacles off and say, hey, we don't have to worry about this. We're in. Now we can invest further. And if you think about all of the groups and what they do. So, you know, whether it's the Outdoorsman or Canadian Tire selling rifles and ammunition, or Part Source selling, you know, parts to all the race cars and motorcycles, you know, the apparel. Think about how much money these groups generate in the economy for revenue here locally. And if you start to close them down because you don't give them that certainty, if you're down to the 5-year leases, and as Councillor Hirsch pointed out, you know, he's not going to lend them money if he's a banker, and it just makes sense. So you have options. You can change this if you want to. You can provide certainty. You could rezone it if you wanted to. You could sell it. You have lots of options. You don't have to do what the contractor tells you to do. They work for you.
And our last member of the public who wished to speak was Mr. Bellamy.
My name is Cal Bellamy. I hope my voice will hang in here. I come from the performance industry. Spent 47 years in Western Canada in distribution of automotive performance products. I want to bring a little bit of a financial analytics to what's involved here. It's generally believed in Western Canada that total sales of performance products is about $150 million per year. How much goes around here, I can't determine because I don't have that information. I wasn't prepared when I came for this, but I can tell you in this city alone, there's something to the tune of between 30 and 35 people involved with performance products. They're building cars, they sell parts for them, it's cash and carry. It's hard to say where all these parts go. And then the other side of it is what happens at the racetrack. I think most of the people here think you're talking about Dad's old 55 Chevy and he drove it to the racetrack. What happens out there is far from that. It's sophisticated cars, sophisticated equipment, very expensive. A lot of the cars that come here come in 48-foot trailers. You got a big truck towing them. Some of those trailers can hold 3 cars in them. A lot of these racers are multi-generational. You got grandpa, son, grandson. They come and race at these tracks. And how much money do they have in them? Lots of these cars that come here are race car operations. Got 5, 6 crew members, $1 million operations. They'll get sometimes 250, 350 cars out at that racetrack. All of them, you think you're in an exhibition. There's so many big vehicles out there. So my intention was to try and give you guys some analytics in a written form with some of the basis of what happens throughout here. Now, there's racers that come from Medicine Hat, there's people that come from Hannah, they come up from Sundre, Medicine Hat, or I'm sorry, Lethbridge, Edmonton, Red Deer. They're from everywhere. Saskatoon, Regina, interior BC, all the way to Kelowna. They come to this racetrack to race. And I'm here to tell you, when they come here, they spend lots of money at the hotels, it's the saloons. They're often, this racetrack often has 3-day races. They also have vendors that work out at the racetrack. They supply food, refreshments, all that. So it's all a big key. I wanted to submit some paper information for you. I have to create the information. I have to get some things from public. Some stuff I have. Dave is involved with, Dave Toth is involved with the bike guys. I don't know much about what goes on there, so I'll have to rely on his information. But I think you're going to get a better idea about what happens in the terms of money that's involved here. Now, it's pretty serious stuff, and there's a lot of people that are employed. People make long-term plans about what their company, what they're going to do with it. If that racetrack goes away, I'm here to tell you, things are going to change, and it's not going to be happy, especially when it's a local crew. So I'd be glad to answer some questions if you like.
Are there any questions? Councillor Dumanowski?
Well, Your Worship, I do actually. Sorry, Councillor Sharps, did you have a question? So my question, interestingly, as the last speaker, so you talked about the business plans, I guess, where you're talking about the metrics that support each of these different user groups, and you specifically addressed the racing, Medicine drag racing in particular, but have any of the groups, and I apologize, have they taken upon themselves to identify what kind of economic impact they've had since, well, unfair to say since their existence, but what kind of an annual non-COVID year impact they have on a community like ours? I'm curious, and I mean, some of these are going to be in a different ballpark altogether, but I would imagine, I heard the rifle and revolver group speak to 1,000 members. There's an impact there. So I'd be curious, and certainly if council sees it to have, I would ask that council have some closing comments and then look at a tabling motion, but I would like to, for the sake of the folks who have sat here for many hours, hear some of those closing comments. But I guess what I'm saying is it'd be interesting if those exist, and it would be important, I think, for, if they don't exist, for those groups to put some of those metrics together so that at some future point, hopefully, if we do table this, that we have the opportunity to look at those.
Well, I can give you another thing that kind of went on here. About 7 years ago, Calgary lost its racetrack, and the city of Calgary caused this. The racetrack operator had an ironclad 50-year lease on that property. Somehow they managed to get that property out from underneath of them, and that facility was gone. And it was a world-class facility too. Had a huge investment in it. Shell invested money into it. They supported it. They put money for signs out there, and there's lots of big investors in it. There's also a circle track. This city has a circle track next to the drag race strip. I'm sure it has a contingent. They wouldn't have been there all those years without having people there as fans. There's racers there. When I've seen when both those tracks have races on the same day, they got a lot of cars over there, so they're at the same risk. Same thing that happened with Calgary. All those race cars, they went in the ditch. Lots of places, I mean, in the ditch, meaning that they just evaporated. They sold their cars off. The performance industry in Calgary isn't what it was. Those racers that were in Calgary, guess where they come? They come right here. There's a large contingent of racers that come to Medicine Hat because they got no place to race in Calgary, or else they go up to Rimbey or they go up to Edmonton. So I'm here to tell you it's a big move. It's in the advantage of this city to be having that racetrack here.
Are you going to do a rebuttal? Certainly.
Okay. So I would like to submit that paper for you to look at, and you can contact me anytime. I'll leave all the information with you.
Thank you.
All right.
Madam Mayor, this is to answer Mr. Dumanowski's question about, we did an informal economic impact assessment with Julie Garvey down with Medicine Hat Sport and Tourism. And we picked a match at the Medicine Hat Rifle and Revolver Club pre-COVID. We picked one 3-day match where we had information, and the rest was sort of guesstimates on the circle of participation and how many people came in. And that one particular event roughly, estimatedly, brought in about $74,000 into the community. And that was a match with about 100 participants over 3 days.
Thank you very much for the information.
Thank you.
Councillor Sharps?
Thank you. My question is it might be for Nathan and Marcus, but I'm not sure. It might be for Invest. So I'll ask the question, then you can decide if you want. Okay. So my question is, just based on, and I'm going back to this, I apologize, but I can be a little dumb sometimes. So if we don't agree to this or if we agree to this bylaw, you're saying, or if we don't agree, sorry, if we don't agree to the bylaw, they're hooped. Not hooped, but we're back to square one. Sorry, technical term. We're kind of square one. They're left without any protection.
Through the chair,
Please.
I wouldn't say hooped.
Okay.
I would say
No, most people wouldn't.
They're in the exact same position they are today.
Okay, so then, hold that thought.
Yep.
So then my question is, okay, so what if we didn't sign that bylaw today, but instead we table it, or whatever the correct term is, till next week, but between now and then, we sign 20-year leases? Does that solve that problem?
Through the chair, since I would not be signatory to the 20-year leases, I would
Told you
not
it was
comment on it.
Invest.
I'd
Okay.
leave that. I
But
would leave that for other
Let's
folks to
just
comment
say
on.
all things considered equal, does that solve the problem? Not if it's the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do, or if it's the dumbest thing I ever said, but is that feasible?
I would defer to some other folks in the room to answer that specific question, and I would provide a bit of an opinion to say that that's certainly something that I think other folks should comment on.
Sorry,
Yeah.
if I may, Madam Mayor, through the chair to Councillor Sharps, there would be nothing restricting lease negotiations and additional leases to be signed even with the bylaw in effect, just to be clear. Everything that can happen without the bylaw can still happen with the bylaw in terms of lease negotiations and renewals. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm really clear on that. I think the comfort level from them is what's stopping us to say, the bylaw's signed, we've all agreed, here's 2 years, or here's 5 years. And I think that's what if you wrapped it all up, they're saying, give us some security.
Okay, I just have one final question. So there was a comment about the ASP being required to develop in phase 4, like near the clubs. My understanding is that is not accurate, and that my question is, could we develop in phase 4 right now without the ASP?
Through the chair, yes. You have your municipal development plan in place, which provides the guidance, and you have land use on those parcels right now. So development could proceed in the absence of an area structure plan. And part of what the area structure plan is trying to do is avoid leapfrogging, and ad hoc development by providing that
A
structure.
leapfrogging?
So leapfrogging would be, let's say you have a piece of land that would like to develop, but it's 10 kilometers away from a servicing connection. So extending those services at considerable cost to enable that development to occur without a plan for what the size of that infrastructure should be, who should be contributing to that infrastructure cost, and what that infrastructure is ultimately designed to service.
All right. Seeing no further speakers or questions, I now declare the public hearing closed. Councillor Dumanowski.
Your worship, we can make closing or comments now at this point. You're open to that, correct? This would be the standard time to do that. Okay. So I didn't really want to go first. I was hoping Councillor Sharps would, but I will. I want to first of all thank everyone for coming out this evening. It's one evening of your time, of your week, but it's an important evening because you've come here with the passion, evidently very front and center for your different user groups. I also want to thank Stantec, excuse me, Mr. Arthur and Mr. Patterson from Stantec, who have come and have made a very strong, compelling academic case for why IMH, for the city of Medicine Hat, for the ASP. I honestly came in today's meeting not totally convinced of where I was going to go, but certainly had a belief of where my thoughts were in this regard. I am one of those relic council members who have been here. So for those who, and if you don't know that, you probably do, that have not supported the sale of some of those lands in the past to different user groups for a variety of reasons, and I'm not going to get into that right now. But I will say, and I don't know going forward where my timeline around this table is going to be. This could be my last term. And so for the next 3.5 years, I have the opportunity to affect some changes that may have, at least for my sake, the opportunity to be legacy. And I'm not going to say anything dramatic, so hold that thought. But I will say this: I want to thank all the speakers. You brought, you don't. I mean, someone referenced degrees and whatnot, or academic backgrounds. You know what speaks the loudest in this chamber? Your voice, your passion as a citizen of Medicine Hat. And I want to thank all of you for doing that, but I especially want to, Mr. Stanke, I don't know where you are, but he came up without notes. Wow, that's all I can say. Pretty incredible what you said and how you said it, and heartfelt. You moved me, you really did. And when I think about, we had the art groups at the beginning presenting what makes Medicine Hat this unique, dynamic space. We've had recently the Medicine Hat Exhibition Stampede come to us with a lease agreement extension, and that wasn't 5 years, wasn't 10 years. How many years was it? A long time. Thank you, Colin. Colin's waiting for me to write some notes here. My point is, they came to us because they needed that kind of longevity in knowing that they have the business case in front of them in order to move forward with any kind of investment and go forward. They're on lease lands, but they're in a very similar circumstance. It'd be easy to look at some of these groups and say, well, your economic investment in this community is to a lesser extent, and that might be true, but if we really want to develop and we want to envisage a dynamic community that has something for everyone, then we have to honor what these groups bring. I've been to many of your events, not a lot lately, been a little busy, but I have been to drag racing, I've been to Speedway, I've been to the Revolver Club. It's been a number of years, but I haven't been to the other ones, but I'm gonna make it a point to go to them. But I can see how in that cluster of an area, how much of an impact you bring to this community. Never mind the economic impact, never mind all that, the quality of life indicators that we've been talking about time and time and time again. Council just came from a strategic planning session, and we're trying to grapple with what is the vision for this community? What does it mean to live in Medicine Hat, at least for the next 4 years while we're in our tenure? And councils before have grappled with the same thing, and in the end, it really is about growing our community, keeping it vibrant, making it hospitable, and welcoming people here. But it starts with the people we have in our own yard. And so for me, I will say the ASP, albeit I've heard many times, is aspirational. What I heard today from these groups is truly inspirational. So I'm challenged tonight. I really am. I will say this, I'm hoping we, after our closing comments, because you deserve to hear those tonight, that we do have a tabling motion at the very least, so that we can go back and look at some real alternative measures. I, for one, am committed to doing that. If we don't, I will not be supporting the bylaw tonight. For me, I would like to see, and Councillor Hirsch said it well, if we don't really see the need for phase 4 for 20 plus years, or I heard someone maybe even as far as 40, there's absolutely no reason why we shouldn't be able to protect and enshrine, if you will, these user groups in that PRO by virtue of identifying it in the ASP, but giving them a longer lease like we did other groups. So I heard you, and I want to thank you.
Councillor Sharps, I was in awe of your comments, Councillor Dumanowski. Councillor Sharps.
So in closing, yes, I usually do go first, but here's my comments. So first, a big thank you to Stantec. It was a very good, and just because I'm asking all the questions, and I think this is misconstrued a lot, so I want to make sure this is out there. Just because I asked you all those questions doesn't mean I don't like your report. I just think that when the community's in front of us, we have such a huge opportunity to deep dive and ask even more annoying questions, and that's exactly why this group got voted in, and that's our job. So I hope you take no offense, because I can be super offensive apparently, but I'm good with that, because this is our job. So now, having said that to the group, every one of you made an impact. To me, I really had no idea what I was gonna do. Not gonna lie, I have zero life, so I've never been to any of those places. So that's the truth, but it doesn't mean that I don't respect what you do and what you bring to the table. I am all about economic development, but we so often forget the social end of our communities, and that is our rec centers and where our kids go to play and what they do, adult entertainment as well. So you bring a lot to the table. Mr. Stanky, you hit home with me on when you made the example of, the house and somebody doing up, pulling up my concrete. I was like, oh my God, I know how much I spent. There's no way I'm doing that again. But I'm also a business owner, so I get it. I can't afford to keep moving. I can't afford to put infrastructure improvements in and then stop. It's just not the way the world works. Eventually, we call it a day and we don't open again. So I get it. I will say I agree with Mr. Dumanowski or Councillor Dumanowski, that if this is not tabled tonight, I am not prepared to vote in favor of this bylaw. I think with incredible talent in the room, like Stantec, we can come up with better solutions. So I think those solutions need to be looked at. I would love further conversation and further inspection as to what we can do. There's got to be more solutions. We can't have this many smart people in a room and can't come up with something better. So that's where I currently stand.
Councillor Canodal.
Thanks, Mayor Clark. Before Mr. Stanky presented, I had written in my notebook, humans are prone to black and white thinking, and balance is key in this respect. And then you came up and said it's either for or against, one or the other, and I went, this man is speaking my language, and just the same as Councillor Dumanowski and Councillor Sharps, you captured my heart, and at that point I went, okay, there's got to be there's got to be something that we can do to find compromise. So that that is where I sit right now. My preference would be to explore how we can find security while also encouraging development, because I want to see our community grow. I really do. And I want people to move here. And there's many reasons why people would move here, both jobs and fun things to do. So I am sure we will find a way, and I'm so grateful to have all of you here tonight. And thank you for your time, and keep fighting the good fight.
Councillor Hirsch?
Well, Your Worship, I am prepared to make a tabling motion, so I didn't know if you want to do any other recheck, any questions, comments, and upon that, I would make a tabling motion, so.
I think we have no further speakers, so.
Okay, with that, Your Worship, I look to move to table this bylaw number 4692 and have it tabled until the next council meeting, which will be March 21st, sorry.
Second.
Comments or
There's no debate on a tabling motion. It's either tabled or it's not.
okay, we'll vote. And that's unanimous. Thank you very much for everyone who came out tonight and those who came earlier and were very tired.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So
You guys aren't staying?
I'll just give them a moment to clear the gallery. Good. Let's do this. I thank you, Madam Chair. We'll start on our reports now. And I'm just keeping an eye on the time. Once we get to 11 o'clock, well, I'll need a motion to extend the meeting past 11 o'clock. Okay, reports 10.1, Energy and Infrastructure Committee meeting February 17th with one item for adoption, which is the Gas Distribution Quality Management Plan.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Any comments or questions? Seeing none, we will vote. That's unanimous.
Item 10.2 is the Council Employee Committee meeting February 23rd for information.
So moved. I'll second.
Comments or questions? Seeing none, we will vote.
And that was unanimous, I think. Item 10.3, Corporate Services Committee meeting, February 24th, with two items here for adoption, 2022 tax auction reserve bid and the electronic communication options for customers for assessment and taxation notices.
I'll move those items for adoption as indicated.
Second.
Comments or questions? Seeing none, we will vote. That's unanimous.
Item 10.4 is the Public Services Committee meeting of February 28th with the Parks and Rec Master Plan for adoption. Now, I have it on good authority that that might be tabled until next meeting also.
I will make a motion to table that till the next regular council meeting.
Next regular council meeting, and the remainder of the report is the, for information, the facilities plan, healthy communities by design, and the updates. Yeah.
So first, we'll vote on the motion to table. It's unanimous, and a motion, can I get a motion for receipt of the remainder of the Public Services Committee report?
So moved.
I'll second.
Comments or questions? Seeing none, we will vote. That's unanimous.
Item 10.5 is the Administrative Committee meeting of March the 2nd. Again, for information.
So moved.
Second.
Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll vote. That's unanimous.
New bylaws. For first reading only, 11.1 is Bylaw 4961, bylaw of the City of Medicine Hat for the purpose of establishing a process for sending assessment and taxation notices, documents, and other information by electronic means.
Your Worship, I seek leave of council to introduce bylaw 4691 and ask that that be read a first time.
Second.
Thank you. We'll vote. That's unanimous.
Moving on to new business, which is appointment of interim and acting city manager, although I would totally understand if they didn't want to do this because they've been waiting so long, they've changed their mind. I think Councillor Hyder speaking.
Good evening. The appointment of Rochelle Pancos, Managing Director of Strategic Planning and Analysis Division, to the position of Acting City Manager, the Acting City Manager appointment, is hereby extended until end of Sunday, March 13th, 2022, whereupon such Acting City Manager appointment shall expire. Number 2, Moretta Hegeland, the interim city manager appointee, is hereby appointed as interim city manager, the interim city manager appointment, which interim city manager appointment is effective at the start of day on Monday, March 14th, 2022, and which interim city manager appointment shall remain in effect until the rescission of this resolution by council. Number 3, throughout the period of interim city manager appointment, the interim city manager appointee shall solely and exclusively exercise all powers, functions, and duties of the office of city manager. And number 4, the resolution is effective on the date that it is passed.
And that you're making that motion?
I am making that motion.
Okay.
I'll second.
Questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, we will vote. That's unanimous. Would you like to address council? Okay, no pressure, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so that was unanimous. And seeing no other business, this meeting is adjourned.